Problem going first. However, we have a tag team today. Zane is going to be my spokesperson for this one, and I'm doing the school board presentation later today. So Zane is ready.
All righty. Thank you. Thanks, Kristen. It's always she who talks first, right? So, all righty. So I'm not sure. Let's see. It looks like someone's pulling up maybe the SMS SIP. I guess while that's being pulled up, I'm going to start with our ELA and our math and really talk about our key progress. Oh, there it is right there. Perfect. So I'm going to combine ELA and math for us together. And so all year students have been, once they're in the building, have been receiving our small group instruction. In our highest or most classes, we have about a 15-to-1 ratio of students to teacher. That's on the large end, but our majority of our classes are right around the 12 to 10 ratio, which is great. This allows teachers to provide really that support that is more direct for all students and create that personalized learning plans that we started with our conferences at the beginning of the year. And on the students on the in-person days, teachers have been providing highly engaging hands-on lessons, that are of course COVID safe and compliant, with lots of cleaning in between classes. Especially when we're talking about microscopes and science. Teachers have also been experimenting with the different teaching techniques. Example of this would be a team teaching. So one of our SPED teachers, our math SPED teacher, is co-teaching a period of math. And this week, the two teachers have grouped math students to provide a 5-to-1 ratio in classes. And so that's a huge improvement, and it really targets the students who are just have the largest learning gaps. Our key adjustments: teachers have adjusted their scope and sequences this year to meet the needs of all their students. So really trimming down into the 9 to 10 week courses using the Google Classroom format have helped to really target those specific standards. We've revised our formative assessments and the process with retakes, including sister tests, which mean that students are able to continue to retake tests until to increase their grades. We've also noticed that students have done much better in math when we went back to in-person, and the reason why is because we're able to provide paper and pencil and really see what students are doing and help them directly when there's any misconceptions. Guided notes have been a huge improvement for students in math, with background information and key facts to help enhance student relationship with the content delivery. And that's really helped in our math classes. For district culture and progress, there it is. Recognition has been a challenge this year, but we're happy with the process for how we've acknowledged student success. Things like honor roll breakfast, we haven't been able to do that kind of thing this year, but some of the more creative things we've been able to do is still continue the positive pink slips, which teachers recognize students for a variety of character traits. And what's really fun is that the teacher writes a message as far as why that student has demonstrated that specific trait. The office will then call, and those are always the fun calls, to call home and touch base with the families and let them know that their child is doing a great job, and to let them know to keep up the great work. And then Kristen and I were able to break the 7th and 8th grade up into separate Google Classrooms and do a recognition morning with those honor roll recipients. And of course, they receive an award that goes home in the mail. Advisory this year, we really targeted our SEL connections, and including our Character Strong curriculum, and just really enhancing the advisory classes are sitting right around 12 students and 22 teachers, which is creating really strong connections with our students and families. Our CTE program, since last June, we started with a small group of students to play around with the social distancing and process that we took on here at the district. And we saw just lots of excitement, and it continued all throughout the year. Equity, scrolling down. For equity, I think the next slide there. Oh, it's right there at the bottom. This year has helped adjust our equity lens really at SMS, and we've really been focusing many hours on meeting the student and family needs. It was a very challenging starting this year in the remote only when everyone didn't have access to technology or just chose not to take advantage of the access. And our Character Strong in Advisory has been very positive to provide equity and supports for families. Advisory has been the first point of contact for families here at school. What that means is that rather than calling or reaching out to all of a student's teachers, they're able to really go to their advisory teacher and ask the question, and the advisory teacher will seek the answer and or help that child reach out to their other teachers, which is great. Last year with all the phone calling, we were able to pinpoint that and then build that strong relationship with the advisory teacher. Advisors spend Wednesdays checking in with students and families that may need extra supports. That's an always, every day, every Wednesday. That's something that teachers are having great connections and or even showing up on the doorstep of families and checking in and playing musical instruments, which is a fun one. They pull out a chair and let's play and practice your cello. And so that's always fun to hear. And also to break down some of the barriers when families go to work. Teachers have also been going to houses and not driving the kids to school, but making a walking buddy and walking students to school to help students get here to safely and encourage. Really, it's really about encouragement. We've included our district family navigator in our weekly attendance team discussions, which have helped us prioritize family needs and our student individual needs and make weekly connections with families. And some of the connections we've been able to bring food and clothing, gift cards, and also provide like a work collection and distribution process using our family navigator, which has been great. We've really appreciated that. For our family and community, this year our advisory teachers again conferenced in September. So the first 3 days when we started school back in September, all advisory teachers conferenced with about 12 students in their class, and then we did it again in November. So we sat down with our advisory teachers with students and learned more about what it is that we can do to help support and increase the student engagement while using the online platform. And that really helped us individualize the student learning environment and needs online. Google Classroom is still the main focus of the tool, the communication tool, and the way that students are able to do their work and receive updates and progress, and reports are also sent home using the Google Classroom to whomever's on the account, if it's the parent or the guardian. We've also been able to make weekly, daily, and phone calls and lots of emails to provide academic support. This year is a little different because we're also providing quite a bit of tech support, and then really honing in on the social emotional support with meeting all families' needs. Family Navigator, again, has been just a huge resource, and really we've really appreciated having the team show up at our meetings and fill us in on how the home visits are going, and if there's anything else we can do at the building to provide extra supports. Our hope for next year is to have a full-time attendance secretary and a drug and alcohol counselor to provide outreach 5 days a week. Currently, our drug and alcohol is here a couple times a week, and we've seen a huge improvement of students just being able to relax and have somebody as a point person to talk to and receive some of those weekly check-ins and preventative steps from our drug and alcohol. And our attendance secretary would really enhance that communication with our families and help create the bridge between the COVID year and our years to come. So that's all I kind of have for everyone. I'm not sure how to end this. I'm not sure if I go through the rest of this or, okay.
Okay. Are there any questions for the board? From the board.
So how often
Zane is the interventionist for Native American Intervention.
Okay, I'm gonna stop Cindy first. Is anybody else having bad echoing? Okay, everybody's having bad echoing. All right. I don't know how to fix that from this end, but I know I didn't understand what Cindy was saying. Oh, is that better? It's better all of a sudden. Cindy, could you start over with your question? Sorry.
So I just want to know how often the interventionist, Native American interventionist, is at the school. And then basically, I really didn't hear any information of what that person's doing to assist.
You want me to jump in, Zane, or you got it?
Either way, I'm not sure if I caught the first part. So the first part of the question was, how often is the Native American interventionist here on site? Okay. Yeah, so the Native American interventionist has been here 4 days a week. And, at the very beginning, we had, there was a scheduling issue, which worked out great for us because she was here 5 days a week. And so we share our Native American interventionist with Lincoln. And so now we have a structure where, 4 days a week. And some mornings she's helping at the high school, but 4 days. And was the next question, I'm not sure if I quite caught it, was it, what is she currently doing?
Well, how does she fit in the mix?
Okay, yeah, so our Native American interventionist is a huge support here. With the knowledge that she has with our community and partnership, she's able to contact families who, she targets our Native families and prioritizes on Wednesday the outreach and the phone calls, and she meets with us in our attendance meetings and really focuses on working with us as a group during the time that we sit down and talk about attendance, and we figure out ways of providing extra outreach and support with our family navigator. And it's kind of a group effort. So during this meeting, we don't really have a head of the table, but we start with looking at all of our students. And part of our Native community, we have a really strong connection with, phone calling is not always the best, sometimes text or other means. And so our Native American interventionist has really been stepping up and going out above and beyond by looking for different ways to reach out to our families. And being in the community as deep as she is, she has all these different ties and knows different people from different things. And so it's been helping us get students here to school and figuring out what the barriers might be when somebody like me or others might call. So it's been a great influence here at Stevens. Kristen, do you want to add anything?
I do. Not sure if you all know, but we had two Native American interventionists. We had a Native American interventionist, a Native American academic support person. Our academic support person left and went over to Dry Creek, and they just filled that spot here. And so we feel so lucky. We have a new person here, and they do have two different roles. We do have our Native American interventionist that does a lot of outreach to families at home, and our new Native American academic support person, you will find her in classes all the time, one-on-one with students. She stopped me in the hall today and said, "Hey, my guy, we did it. We busted out 5 assignments today in math. Like, that was awesome." So they do have two different roles here, and they work really well together. So we're so lucky to have both of them now.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, any other questions? Okay, shall we move on?
Yeah, I'd like to go to Dry Creek Elementary School next.
Excellent.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me on tonight and listening to what's been going on at Dry Creek. So, I'm really excited to share some of the things that we have been working on because we've been working really hard, and I have some great news to share, I think, tonight. So I'll start with ELA. And one of the things, even through the COVID times, that we've noticed is when we were in hybrid, the smaller numbers in classes has helped, is what the teachers say has helped. They can pay more attention to individual students, they can differentiate, they can get around to everybody and, really help everybody out. When we look at our scores, fourth, fifth, and sixth grade all increased their scores from fall to winter. And about 61% of our students at Dry Creek are meeting or exceeding the ELA standards. So even though we've had all this, you know, back and forth and online, we're still doing pretty well. So I think that's good news for ELA. We also have had a chance this year, because we haven't been funding some of the other positions that we have in the past with, you know, our high poverty lap money, we have been able to spend some money in some other ways. And we have spent about $15,000 on buying new books for our school. So the library was a project that Michelle had started last year. And we cleaned out a lot of old books and books that just weren't appropriate or outdated. And so that takes time to replenish those books. So we have bought lots of books for our library, especially nonfiction books this year. And Kim O'Keefe, who's our librarian, actually talked to teachers and asked them, you know, what did they want to study at the grade levels so that she could pull in books that we know that they're going to use at the different grade levels. We bought a whole bunch of leveled readers for our reading room so that we have more opportunities and choices for kids of books to read in the reading room. We've bought a lot of SEL books to help support our SEL work, including all of the books that are recommended through the Character Strong. Our teachers love doing those Character Strong lessons in their morning meetings, but every week they suggest different books to read that have to do with whatever the character trait of the month is. And some of those we had in our library, but not all of those. So we've actually ordered grade level sets of books for each grade level that will support that Character Strong work and the SEL work that we're doing. We also ordered a ton of books that are on about Native American tribes, and a lot in our local regional tribes, but also tribes all throughout the United States and cultures. Jamie gave us a catalog for a company out of Canada that has lots of Native American support. So we were able to order a whole bunch of books from about that, and books on racism and equity, and books from colored authors also. So lots of new books at our school, and we're really excited about that. One of the things that we know that we still need support for ELA is in our K-5 curriculum. Another thing that we ordered is we use Fountas and Pinnell, and we purchased their intervention kits. So our reading teacher is using that to target our Tier 3 students, but we know we still need to provide professional development to our paras so that they know how to use that curriculum. So that is planned for next year. And then we also need more tutoring support. So right now we're doing a little bit of tutoring in that middle of the day, but we're not really able to do those after school clubs and tutoring like we have in the past. And that's something that we're really missing to provide extra support and extension for our students. Math. So in math, almost all of the grades have seen great increases in our meeting standards from fall to winter. So kindergarten, first, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth all have increased the percent of students that are meeting standard. And about 58% of our students school-wide are meeting or exceeding standards in math. We have also, I've added some extra staffing this spring to help support the area of math. So we have somebody that's either going in to provide a little bit of extra push-in support in classrooms or help with exit ticket support. So students from the previous day's lesson that may have scored a 2 out of 4 on their exit ticket. Matt Warren goes around and he pulls those students out for a few minutes to help them with that concept from the day before. So that's one way that we're providing Tier 2 support. And, you know, that's something that's really important I wanted to mention is that we have worked really hard to provide 3 tiers of supports for all of our students that need it. So our core instruction, and then help with the days or the current lesson or the current grade level support that they need. And then also our Tier 3 support for students that are significantly behind. We've worked out systems to be able to provide all of those supports. In math, we're always trying to figure out how to provide new interventions or provide help for those students. You know, with a change in model recently, that was a new struggle to figure out how we were going to provide all that support. And for teachers, they're with the students for 2 hours and 40 minutes, and that time goes really fast. So they want their students the whole time. They don't want to give them up for anything. So that's a little bit of a struggle right now, is trying to get teachers to share students so that we can provide some of those tier 3 supports for the students that need it. Another thing that an adjustment that had to be made for math is that we had planned on doing some family nights this year to help get families involved and teach them more about math and reading. And, you know, some of those terms about math and how they can support their children with math at home. And because of COVID, we haven't been able to have those gatherings. So we have purchased a virtual math night kit that we're going to be doing this spring, where every student, they're leveled by grade bands, and every student is going to get a kit that goes home and a code number to go online. They'll go online at a certain time to this website and put the code in, and it'll be a lesson, and they have game boards and games and math things that they can do, and they'll go through the lessons in the virtual math night, but then they'll still have those supplies to be able to play those math games and do those math games at home too. So that's something that will be coming up next month with math. Culture, I think, is next. Is that the next one? You know, one of the things that we've really missed out is just with the social distancing, just being around each other. So instead of doing just regular announcements, one of the things we decided to do is to do our announcements over Google Meet every day. So my secretary does a little ding ding thing, you know, like old timey Grease, you know how the secretary did the ding ding. She pulls that up from YouTube and plays that over the intercom so the teachers all remember to get on the Google Meet. And then I get on it and do daily announcements live. So students could see other students. We do a grade level check-in where I say good morning to every grade level, and they turn their mics on and say good morning. Some classes have started saying good morning in different languages. So that's always exciting to see what I'm going to hear that day. But students get to see other students in different grades that, you know, unfortunately, we're just not able to mix like we have in the past. So it's nice to be able to see each other. So we've started doing that. We also are still recognizing students. So for our monthly character awards, I do read those names and the certificates on the live Google Meet. And then I go around and I pass out their certificates and I take the student's picture. And then we have up in the hallways, we have all these displays with all the student pictures. So everybody can go through and see pictures up in the hallway. We are still doing our Dragon tickets and our Dragon deeds. And later on, I'm going to talk about hiring our school liaison, but that's one of the things that she's been doing is making positive phone calls home to families. And so thank you to Kristen from the middle school, because I, over the last couple of years, have received a couple of those positive phone calls for my own children. And I loved that feeling. And so I have tried to figure out how we could recreate that at the elementary level this year. So we already had Dragon deeds. So anytime a student gets a Dragon deed, instead of just giving it to the student, they pass it through me first. I say it, I announce it on the Google Meet. I give it to our school liaison. She's able to call home and have that positive connection with home. And then we deliver it to the student to take home. And a lot of teachers are even taking a picture of it and sending it over Dojo to the parents, so they get to see it before their student even gets to tell them about it. So that's been a really great piece of culture that we focused on. We've also developed a student support team this year. And so our student support team includes me, our Native American interventionist, our school counselor, the school outreach liaison, and also our AmeriCorps. And now we just got another AmeriCorps. So we have 2 AmeriCorps volunteers that help out, but our AmeriCorps was doing our tutoring before we changed the model. So we all meet every week, and Becca, our district navigator, tries to join us in those meetings also. And so teachers can refer students that they're concerned about. And we also go through the attendance then, and we decide what needs to be done and who's going to follow up and make those calls. And we try to also coordinate with the middle school or the high school if we know the family has kids at multiple levels. so that they're not getting calls from, 2 or 3 different places. So we try to communicate and coordinate those calls also. And so having that student support team has really helped to build positive relationships with families too, because we can outreach before, we're really in a bad situation, and try to be a little more proactive right when we first know that something's coming up. One of the key factors that we know we need to work on in this area is just the parent involvement. Because of our current situation, we just haven't been able to do as much with parents as we would like to. So we know that's going to be a focus next year. And we're actually working on a little bit of a plan for summer, if we can pull it off, to get some family involvement activities over the summer too. So I think that will help. In equity, all of the staff actually at all of the elementaries participated in inclusionary practices training this spring. So all of the teachers and staff participated in a module on universal design for learning and also learner variability. So we wanted to lay a foundation for that common language and understanding so that we can move forward with how to provide for every need of every student in every class. So really being able to provide the supports that every student needs to be successful. And we're also looking at several sources of data when we're making decisions about students. So we've worked hard with our SAT team this year. And we have done a training in homeroom and purchased an extra homeroom app that does a plan. So in our SAT team, when we make a plan for a student for interventions, we're able to record that in homeroom and print out a plan and update progress monitoring. So we just have that paper copy of that. So that's been nice in providing the supports that students need. And then the last area is family and community. So I've talked a little bit about that, and we were able to hire our outreach liaison this year out of our school improvement grant funds. And so it was later than we had hoped, but she has hit the ground running for Mace and I, and providing all kinds of support to families. She's making lots of phone calls and reaching out. And, for when students need help or families need a plan or they need support, and also just to make those positive phone calls and building those relationships with families. Again, our student support team is meeting every week to meet the needs of students and families. And we've really worked hard this year on continuing to build that relationship with the tribe, and especially the Learning Center and the staff there, so that they knew what the expectations of students at school were, and we knew what was going on at the Learning Center. And we got to a place this year where we realized that students were going to the Learning Center and doing work, yet they were still being marked absent for school that day. And so we were able to really dive into that and work out a system so that the Learning Center was reporting to us students that were doing their work, so that they would not be marked absent and could be counted for doing that work that day. So we've really built those relationships this year. We've also partnered with AmeriCorps to provide the evening tutoring for students and parents to be able to come in to learn about learning platforms and how to support their students. So that's been a great benefit for this year. Two other things I wanted to share with you, my different notebooks. So one of our target groups has been first grade. Our data has showed us that this year's first graders, so they missed the end of kindergarten, which we know is so foundational. And then this year with being remote, it's so hard for the little ones to do remote because they have to have somebody there to help support them, and not all students have that. So we had actually pulled out 8 students at Dry Creek that were really needing some extra support at first grade. And just in the first 2 weeks of being back to school every day, I spoke with the teachers today, and they have made noticeable differences already. And out of those 8 students, 2 of them have had some attendance issues for different reasons, but the other 6 have made remarkable progress already, just being in school every day. So that's amazing. We have one student in Fountas and Pinnell, reading levels are leveled by letter. So we have 2 students that were stuck at level B, which is a kindergarten level. And just in 2 weeks, they're up to a D already. So really being able to teach our kids every day does make a difference. The reading teacher was telling me another first grade or kindergarten student couldn't even turn pages in the book. And just after being here every day for 2 weeks now, he's learning how to turn the pages, and we're seeing students that were struggling with holding a pencil are able to hold a pencil now and really start writing because they just weren't having to do that every day before. So that's amazing. And the last thing I wanted to share with you this morning, unless you have questions, is a positive comment that I received from somebody last week. I had one of my Ridge teachers was out for 2 days in a row. And so her sub on the second day in the in-between time came up to me in the office and said, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" I said, "Yes, of course." He said, "I was here 3 years ago and subbed, and it was awful. And I left at the end of the day swearing that I would never come back." And I said, "Yes, I remember that day." And he said, "I've been here 2 days now, and it has totally changed. You can feel it in the hallways, and the students are wonderful. I would come back here any day now." And so I think sometimes we get wrapped up in just the day to day, and especially this year, the COVID and the changing of model and, you know, all the struggles we're having. And I want you guys to know that things are getting better at Dry Creek, that it's not all negative things, that there's some wonderful things happening, and teachers are working so hard and students are working hard. And we are going to make it, and we are going to meet those goals that we have set. So thank you for your time tonight. Does anybody have any questions?
I just want to make a comment. Tiffany, thank you for sharing the how much it's helping having those kids every day, because I think that's probably what the district has taken the hardest hits on as of late. It's been a lot of hits this year, but that's been particularly that change in schedule has been very upsetting to a lot of families, and understandably so. So it's nice to hear what I have always believed to be true, which is that we need eyes on these kids every day.
Just 2 weeks, we're already seeing the difference.
So thank you for sharing that. Does anybody else have any questions?
I don't have any questions, but Tiffany, I just want to thank you for your leadership this year, and thank you for going beyond and beyond with parents about celebrating success. That is so important for parents, and to continue to just share that good news. You know, you can't ever share enough good news about how kids are being successful. And that's so important to students. Thank you.
Right. You're welcome. Thank you.
I had a question.
Sure.
Yeah, nice job, Tiffany, by the way. Very good. I can hear your passion for the school. It's great. One of the things that I was wondering about is that you were saying in your report that 100% of the teachers use Dojo, right? But communication with families is still not all that great. Like maybe families aren't actually reading the messages, right?
Right.
And I'm just wondering, like, have you noticed what might work with the families? I guess a lot of complaints I'm hearing from families right now is about communication. So I'm just wondering if you have a preferred, or do you see something that's working better than others? Do you feel the Dojo is the right channel?
I think that the nice thing about Dojo is that people are so into their cell phones these days and sending text messages, right? In Dojo, it is an app, but it's on your phone, and it can function a lot like a text message. A teacher can send a message to their whole class, to all the parents, or they can send individual messages back and forth. So I think parents find that user friendly because they're used to texting, and it is a lot like texting, but teachers don't have to use their, private phone number, to be able to do that. So we do find a lot of good things with using Dojo. I find that one of the best things probably is not making regular telephone calls often, like Kristen said earlier. And so we do have a school texting phone that at any time you know, anybody says to me, well, I tried calling them, I say, well, did you text them? Summer Cooper, our Native American interventionist, actually said that she talked to a few parents that said that they had started blocking all the school numbers this year because they were just getting so many calls from, you know, about attendance or students not participating, especially at the beginning of the year before we figured out, you know, how to coordinate, like I was saying, with us, with the middle school and the high school. So, you know, parents were actually blocking our telephone calls. So, you know, some teachers through the learning platform, there's also ways to communicate. And some teachers use that also. I think the bottom line is that we just, one, communication we put out in a lot of different ways. I might do a robocall. My secretary will send an email for me. My secretary is also able to send a school-wide dojo to everybody. Teachers might send an individual message. So we try to get it out there lots of different ways and hoping that, you know, one of those ways will hit everybody.
Mhm. My other comment is that I'm curious to, you know, maybe next year or whenever, but I'm curious how the para educators for each grade level is, you know, how that will transition next year, because that seems like a really neat idea. So
right, and it was great this year, and I think that's something that I did a little differently than the other elementary schools, but I actually had just the right amount of paras to be able to make it work, so I did. So usually our paras are assigned by how they're paid for, really. You know, if they're paid through the special ed department or if they're paid through Title I for reading. And so the reading paras provide RTI reading support and the special ed paras provide the special ed support. And so one of the things we've been trying to do, and Michelle had started it last year, is revamp our RTI program anyways. And so when students are tier 3 in reading and have an IEP, you know, they're tier 3 in reading and have an IEP. That doesn't mean they can't get reading support from the reading department. Doesn't mean they have to get it from the special ed department necessarily. Like when they're tier 3, that's what they are. So we are looking more necessarily at student needs anyways. And so what I was able to do this year, when we first started the COVID and we were trying not to mix cohorts and to have, that was the adults when we were first going back to school, that was one of their main concerns, is going back and forth and in and out of different classes and getting exposed to so many students, and also transmitting a possible virus from class to class. So that's one of the decisions that I had made early on, is that I was just assigning a para to the grade level. And, you know, we have really great paras at Dry Creek. So, you know, the kindergarten para could provide extra tier 2 reading support, but she could also, you know, provide some, you know, tier 3 math support if she needed to. So that way she was just going back and forth between the 2 classes, but it was safer because she was just staying with 1 grade level. And that also allowed them to get to know the teachers better and to get to know the students better and what their needs were. You know, so there were some really great things that came out of it too. I don't know if it's necessarily absolutely the best model, because we're not looking at what the individual para strengths are. Each para has to do everything. But it's definitely something to think about for the future.
All right, thank you, Tiffany.
You're welcome. Thank you.
If there's nothing further, now we'll go on to Roosevelt. There you are, Jennifer, you're on.
I'm on. So, hey, everybody, it's good to be here tonight. And I'm going to just highlight some things that have been great about this year and the weirdness that has been this year that has forced us to think about things in a different way. And one of the first things that I want to say has been super great is collaboration at all levels. And so as I'm listening to Tiffany, I'm sitting here thinking a little bit in my head, well, I was going to talk about that, and I was going to talk about that. And it's because our elementary team, I know, she's like, haha, I got to go first. Our elementary team is super cohesive. We're meeting multiple times a week. We're sharing ideas. We are really enhancing each other's practice. And so that has been an incredible resource for me, and I think for our whole team. And so we're doing a lot of similar things. And then that kind of aligns with what our teacher teams have been doing and the benefit that has come out of our district level teacher teams that we're meeting and identifying essential standards and really looking at pacing and having really rich conversations about what was working and maybe where the hiccups were at and how they could get past those. And so one of the things, and I know that we should probably go in order here, but none of my notes are in order, so I'm just going to keep going. So one of the things that was really great about having those teacher teams that were meeting and pacing is I think that we really got some really great results district-wide in math in particular. And because we were really able to focus on those essential standards in math, have conversations about them, and then be paced so that everyone was really following those. And I know that our math outcomes have been at or near, or in some cases above where they would be in a typical school year. And I think that that's true in most of our schools, because we're really putting Eureka into practice in fidelity. And so one of the big wins thus far for me is that right now I have 86% of my 6th grade students that are at or above math standard. And that is an incredible place to be. And it's because of the focus and the intentionality around using Eureka with fidelity. So I wanted to call that out as a win of us being able to collaborate in such a great way. Another thing that I wanted to really focus on as I was speaking to you tonight is the win about being able to individualize and differentiate for different students. And so our big push this year at Roosevelt has been interventions. And so we are taking our data and we are really getting after it so that we are giving each student what they need to be successful. And we've done it in some really creative ways. So I want to give a shout out to a couple of staff members in particular right now, Jennifer Reynolds, who's been leading up our reading and title. And then I've recently pulled Kaylee McCaslin involved as well. And she's been doing some additional supports for phonics, which I'll get after. But it is this really focused school-wide push to make sure that we are meeting every student and meeting their needs where they're at. So a couple of things that we've done so far for our interventions is that we used our time wisely. We wanted to make sure that students were able to go to their gen ed time whenever they had that gen ed time. And so if we wanted to have a student come in and have reading intervention, we were having them come in on their off days. So if they were a Monday, Thursday during hybrid, we had them coming in on Tuesdays and Fridays for 2 hours to receive their additional supports. So that way they were getting their core, and then they were also getting their reading support and another time. Another way that we were able to do some creative supports of reading was like our 3rd through 6th grade teachers. So from January through spring break, every single one of our 3rd through 6th grade teachers were committed to having extra time at school. So on Tuesdays, they were with their B groups, and on Thursdays, they were with their A groups, and they stayed for an additional hour and a half after school to meet the needs of the students that still needed some support with their gaps. So every single one of our teachers stayed with their own students that needed the extra time and gave them that extra support during that time. So that was an incredible gift that we were able to really get after each student's needs. We also know, like everybody else has been talking about, that 1st grade has been a struggle, and for all the reasons that everyone else has said. So one of the things that we did for our 1st graders is that during that closure time between Thanksgiving and Christmas, we made individual appointments with each student for 1, 2, or 3 hours a week based on their needs. And so every student had the opportunity for their parent to bring them to school for their individual appointment. And they met with a paraeducator who tutored them specifically to their needs for that period of time. And so this is the kind of individual attention and support that we're giving to our students based on where their identified needs are. So back up to Kaylee and Jen again, knowing that we were kind of moving in a direction of a different model, they spent all of the month of March really drilling down to individualized assessments in our primary grades in grade, K through 3, to make sure that we were ready to go and hit the ground running as soon as we got into this new model right after spring break. And so we now have individualized data on every student's phonics levels as well as their LLI levels. And why that's important is that we put into place, and like Tiffany mentioned, no teacher wants to give up their students, but if we have a system in place that's going to meet every child's needs, then we're going to all be on board. And so for our first, second, and third graders, we have a half an hour carved out each day where every first, second, and third grader works in a group of 3 or less that is specific with an adult that is specific to their reading level. And using this LLI curriculum that you've heard a lot about through Fontes and Pinnell, we are tutoring each child at their reading level. And then we're reassessing at the end of each week, and we're remixing up so that we can make sure that we have every student at their level. So they're not in the same group for the next 7 weeks. They're in the group based on their level, because it's changing so rapidly, like Tiffany mentioned. We also brought in a new curriculum called 95% that is supporting phonics instruction. And so that's where Kaylee has jumped in. And Kaylee had some experience with 95% in the past. So in addition to that half an hour of intensive reading support in small group, we also have phonics support within the classroom in small group as well at their level. And so if students need a little bit more help with their AIs, or if they just are still working on their CVC words or whatever that may look like, we're meeting their needs exactly where they're at. So obviously this is going to take a little work to implement. And so Kaylee and Jen have also done an incredible amount of work to train our paraeducators. So now in this new model, they are taking some additional time in that middle time that we have in the day to train paraeducators every day and make sure that we are getting our data and our progress monitoring so that we're able to move forward as the kids need it. So let's see, we are also doing SPED supports in a similar model. So I was going to shout out the fact that just like Tiffany, we love our half days. It is the most important thing that we have done for our kids. Sorry, I should have brought some water with me. We see them every day. We know what they're doing. Their progress has exponentialized. It is a huge difference. Kids know what's the expectation for each day, and they're ready to go. And so one of the things that we've done with special education is that every student that needs additional support for special education, we have them built in to do full days, a few days a week, so that they go to their gen ed class for their half day, and then they go to the special education group for the other half of the day, so that they're meeting their needs based on getting additional support rather than pull-out support. So that's been huge to meet the needs of our special education students. Also, like Tiffany, we've been using our HP LAP money to bring additional people on board. So in order to be able to have Kaylee help out so much with 95%, I've been able to bring in additional staffing to help with second grade. Also additional certificated staffing to help at the intermediate grades, because as you can tell, we've put in a lot of work into the literacy in our K3. And so I wanted additional support in the intermediate grades as well. And so I was really fortunate to be able to pull in Katie Sergai, who is so talented with so many things, including science. And so she's going to be doing focused science lessons to keep things fun and interesting all the way through spring. And also Miranda Leidig is going to be doing some additional math supports for us. So that's also very exciting. Other people have mentioned what a lifeline Becca and Kelsey are, and I will just reiterate that 1,000 times over. With our families that really need someone that's got their back, Becca and Kelsey do, and they are incredible teammates, and we're very grateful. Our behaviors are almost non-existent as far as negative behaviors are going. this new model and not being able to have them with us every day. I think kids are just really, really grateful to be at school. And so PBIS is working well because everything is in place as far as supporting them for their everyday things. And then the final thing that I just wanted to highlight is just how much Roosevelt has always felt like a family. We really enhance that as part of our story. Our students, our staff, and our families really do care a lot about each other. And this school year has brought that out to an even higher level. We know our families, we know what's going on at home. We are very, very interwoven with how we can help each other. And the feedback that I have received is that our families know that we care about them and that we're going to do whatever it takes to support them and their children, and are very, very committed to that. And so that is the foundation for everything else that we do here every day. And I'm really, really proud to be a part of it. So, questions?
Anyone?
I have a question. So Jen, we hear about, first graders. So do we think the first graders will be prepared at grade level by the time we get done this year?
No, but we're going to be closer for sure. I mean, we are still, there were gaps, fairly significant. And by the time that we get to the end of this year, we are going to be making a lot of progress. And we do have a good number of our first graders that are at level. But I was just looking today, and I think I have like 36 first graders that are getting LLI support, and you only qualify for LLI support if you are still kind of in those kindergarten levels. And so we are making sure that we're hitting it, but they, like I said, Jen and Kaylee are working miracles every day, because we're not going to just let this slide. And all of our primary teachers are on board, and it is not easy to ask them to share their kids for 45 minutes a day, but they know that if we work together, we're going to make more of a difference for each kid. So that each one of those students in first grade has 3 dips of literacy support. So they get their core through journeys and other things that are happening in their classroom. They get their tier 2 through everything that we're doing with the phonics, with the 95%, and then they're eligible for the LLI for tier 3. And then the students that don't need the LLI, that also opens it up for those students to have some extension opportunities. So we know that this is going to be a 3 to 5 year to get everybody at what we would consider typical grade level. But we also know that kids are invested and happy and working hard and making progress. And we're with them every step of the way.
I just wonder if there's some summer resources we could give parents. I know that a lot of them work and don't have that. And I also want to thank you for your leadership excitement, because just your positive attitude and energy every day has to make your staff. And thank you to you and your staff for your leadership.
Well, thank you. And as far as summer goes, we are starting to think about some pretty creative summer supports to jumpstart the next year, looking at it in a different way that's more building specific. So the 5 building principals are already like putting some carrots out there to see how many of our staff would be really willing to take on a little bit of a fun August with us. So we've got some plans that we're starting to mold.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Jennifer, I have a question.
Yeah.
I noticed that when you, so obviously when you turned in the SIP, it was before the change, because some of the impediments you were talking about were just having the students only twice a week, right?
Yep.
So we've had about a month or so of that. 2 weeks. 2 weeks officially. Okay. Is it better? Better. Okay.
So much better. It
Okay.
makes so much difference. And just, we all know, everybody knows consistency matters.
Mm-hmm.
And so Catherine Hartman had a really interesting way of describing what was going on prior to this. And that was that every day felt like a Monday to a child, because they would be gone 3 days and then they come back and then you got to start over and then they be gone 3 days. And so now we just have one Monday a week, and then all the rest are everybody knows what's going on. So that consistency, that routine, everybody, they know that if they don't know it today, they're not going home feeling defeated. They're going to come back tomorrow and we're going to get right back after it. So, and I know that this has been a heavy lift for a lot of our families, and I'm consistently letting them know how much I appreciate their partnership in this, because it has been a push to make that change. But the productivity that we see, exponential. Yes.
Good. That's
Yes.
good.
Who's on your belly there? I want to just squeeze the baby.
This guy?
Yes.
This is my son.
Hi.
Yeah, he wants to help out. He's seeing what it's going to look like.
Excellent. Well, you train them up early, because teachers' kids and educators' kids just need to know all the ins and outs real early.
That's good. Hey, I'm really glad to hear firsthand that 5 days a week. I mean, we knew it was going to work, but I'm just really glad to hear it as well. Because I mean, I get calls and letters and all kinds of stuff from both sides of things, you know, with legitimate concerns on both sides. And I just like to hear that, like, from the educational standpoint, from what you're doing, that it is working.
Well, and just as an aside, I mean, it's kind of anecdotal, but not really. We've had 4 students that made the choice to go to Seaview because their family could not make this work. But we also have had 22 come back, and then just today we enrolled another 11. So that the word is getting out there that this consistency, it's working. So there were some that were holdouts that were like, no, they're coming back. They want to be part of the everyday. And in fact, one of that group, or not one, many of that group of 11 is a family that is moving back into our area. They have a house that is under contract. They're not here yet, but they know they're going to be here in the fall. And so they are working on getting their choice transfer in place to come and join us, because they're currently living in Swim, and that model is not working for them. And they can't wait to get their kids with us 5 days a week. And they have 8 children, and 6 are enrolling with me starting in a week. So that FTE and job security, yay!
Jennifer, you getting a van?
Right?
Yeah.
I know.
Bring them all?
I'll bring them with me as I'm driving over here, so it'll be just fine, no problem.
Jennifer, your stoke is high. It is high.
I know.
Thank you.
Okay, is that all? Anyone else?
Everybody's like, hey, heavens, move on, please.
Jennifer, it's just music to my ears hearing about everyday school, because as you know, we've heard a lot from parents. And as a parent, I am experiencing the struggles of work and school, and I still am figuring it out. Sometimes it feels like it's on a daily basis, but I'm super, thrilled to hear about it from your perspective. So thanks.
Yeah, and Katie, you were talking earlier about communication stuff too. I've just been really committed all year to making sure that I'm sending communication from my office weekly in an email, in a robocall, and a digital message. And the tone of all of my messages for the last 3 weeks has been gratitude around what it takes for a family to I hate the word pivot, but I'm going to say it, pivot to do something else yet again. But what we're seeing as outcomes for our kids, I mean, there's nothing better. So thank you to all of our families.
All right, thank you, Principal Vandaway.
Thank you.
We're going to move on now to Mr. Clark. I believe you're here. You're up next with the high school.
Hi, thank you everybody for letting me talk about how things are going up at the high school. You know, I've been doing this for quite a while, and I remember a few years back, it was 5 minutes that we got to present So, and Chuck Lisk would sit in the back of the room and time us. So I've got my stopwatch. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to time myself. And I'm going to assume that everyone's read the mid-year report of my school improvement plan. So I'm going to go through and try to highlight some things that I want to talk to you about at the high school. I like to, one of the 12 traits of highly successful schools is a clear and shared focus, a building clear and shared focus. So I've kind of taken that to heart over the years. And each year I try to have a building clear and shared focus. And our school improvement plan wasn't due to submit to the board until we were about a month into the school year. And at the beginning of this school year, I realized pretty quickly as we were starting out fully remote that a lot of students were not engaging with remote learning. And so engagement became our building clear and shared focus for this year. And it was quite a struggle during the first part of the year. So we decided we were going to set up a 3-tiered approach, because in education, everything has to be 3 tiers. And we were going to try to contact and re-engage students, identify students who were disengaged and try to re-engage them. And our first tier was going to be the teacher was going to reach out, and then the counselor was going to call tier 2, and then tier 3, we're going to try to bring the students and parents. We discarded that pretty quickly and decided to go straight to tier 3. And that strategy is to bring the parents and students in for a conference, try to identify the barriers to engagement and come up with a plan to engage the students. And for 99% of the students that we met with, and we held over 150 in-person engagement meetings during terms 1 and 2, our main approach when we were in full remote was to get those students who were not engaged to come in anyway. They could come in up to 5 days a week. We had several places they could go. We had 4 places they could go: to the library, the room in the 900 hall that used to be our in-school suspensions, kind of a tutoring center. We set up another tutoring center in the 400 hall and our AmeriCorps tutoring center. So we had 4 places where students could go. And most of the students that we held those engagement meetings with and got them to start coming to school for in-person time and tutoring, we were successful in getting them back on track and passing their classes. So that was an effective strategy. I tend to think of this school year kind of in 3 parts. There was that first 2 terms when we were fully remote, where we struggled with engagement. Then we brought the students back for our hybrid, and things started to get better. It was definitely a huge difference between remote learning and having some face-to-face time. One of the comments that teachers made, observations that teachers made when they first brought the high school students back for in-person learning, was that they were so quiet. They had been in remote and isolated for so long that they wouldn't even talk in class. They wouldn't even talk to each other. It's almost as if their social skills were suppressed from being isolated at home. Kind of getting down to the brass tacks of the segments of the mid-year report. In ELA, we've been using learning strategies sections for students who had failing grades, who had previously failed English classes. We would put them in learning strats classes. This was not very effective in remote. Trying to take students who already struggle academically for success in the classroom and are kind of allergic to schoolwork, having them in a learning strats class with a teacher remote on the computer, they really need that cohort of students really needs face-to-face time and an adult standing over them and encouraging them and supporting them more. So that strategy was not very effective in remote. It started to get better in the second phase when we started bringing students back to meet with their teachers 1 day a week. Now that we've gotten into this third phase, which almost feels like it's almost like normalcy, having students there, seeing their teachers at least 2 days a week in hybrid now, It's a lot better. And fortunately, we've been able to add 4 sections of learning strats, and Cookie Calfer teaching those in one of the computer labs. And her strategy is she's able to do contract-based credit recovery as well as engaging students in online classes to do credit recovery. And we kind of have an informal triage system set up where if a student needs tutoring in science, she can send them to Birgit Andrich down in the 100 hall. If they need tutoring in math, she can send them to Chris in the 400 hall, our AmeriCorps, who's like just this far removed from being a math teacher and his ability to tutor students. And if they need help with their writing or their English classes, she can send them to the AmeriCorps tutors who are very good in helping students with their ELA. Our math teachers report great success with students who are engaged. They report 90% passing rate for students who are engaging in learning, and that's in terms 1, 2, and 3. Obviously, not so much with students who are disengaged, but one kind of barrier that they expressed was when we have mobility of students coming back and forth between Seaview and the high school, there isn't coordination of the curriculum because students taking an online algebra class, our teachers don't know exactly what concepts are covered and what the scope and sequence is. So they've reached out to the Seaview teachers to try to get some information about the math curricula so they can figure out what concepts are covered and can remediate the missing concepts. In the area of culture, because of the way that we divided the school year, the students only have advisory class in term 1 and term 3. So they aren't currently in advisory class now during term 4. Our approach to implementing the Character Strong curriculum, our counselors took the lead on supporting the modules in Character Strong. So what they did was they would have a session online with the advisory teachers each week before they delivered the curriculum in Character Strong and help them kind of do a deep dive on those and develop approach and support them on Character Strong. The other comment I would make in the area of culture that we realized pretty quick when we came back in term 3 with hybrid is we always knew that probably the most important element to academic success for a student is the teacher-student relationship. Students who are able to develop productive relationships with students just get the best results, and teachers who struggle with that, they struggle. And this has really enforced it because it's more difficult to establish a teacher-student relationship. For example, our 9th grade teachers were having Google Meets with their students, and the students wouldn't turn their cameras on, and the teachers would be several weeks into the term and would say, "I've never seen my freshman student's face." So now that they're able to have them in person, once they get them talking, it's much easier to build that relationship. Moving on to the category of equity. Obviously we've had some pretty successful numbers in terms of our graduation rate increasing year to year, and we're very proud of getting it up to 93.5% this past year. And I'll tell you at this point that we've been drilling down on our list of seniors, and we've got 205 seniors that are on track to be successful and graduate this year. And of those, we've really identified only about 5 that we think are going to be eligible for waivers of core courses. Cindy, I know you're going to ask about our Native American intervention work, and this year during term 2, so about halfway through the year, we adopted a new strategy because we have now 2 interventionists working. We've got Reba, obviously, who's been with us for a long time, but we've been fortunate to have Jonathan Arakawa join the team. So what we're doing now is we've got a spreadsheet of all of our Native American students, and we have a meeting every Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. And we go through the spreadsheet, and usually we only do a class at a time. So we started with the seniors, then we went to the freshmen, then the juniors and sophomores. And we look at each student, and it's kind of the approach we use for our attendance meetings. We'll look at their attendance, their grades, and the students on the spreadsheet that are passing all their classes, no worries. We've colored them green, and we kind of don't spend a lot of time talking about them, but we look at the ones that are struggling and at risk, and we go around the table and identify strategies, and each of the interventionists takes a specific strategy, and we record that, and then we check back the next week to see how it's gone. And it's been working really well. Jonathan is very gung-ho and reaches out to the students, and Reba and Jonathan kind of have different skill sets that complement each other. And Jessica Ellefson has been joining us with some of those meetings too. And Zane Laubin made the comment about texting, and it's one of the things that Jessica Ellefson said to us. She said, you know, a lot of the families, the tribal families, they won't answer phone calls from the school. So it's not a very effective way to reach them. But she said, if I text them, then they'll say, wake Johnny up or get him to school or whatever. They get a much better response. And she recommended that we get a cell phone in the counseling office that we could use just for texting families. So that might be something we'll look at in the future. Family and community, students during, and this is probably something you've heard before, students during remote learning expressed to us that remote learning didn't work for them. We got a lot of feedback that there was a lot of depression and mental health issues. The distractions at home included the presence of siblings, lack of supervision because parents are at work, discomfort with the technology tools, overwhelming amount of schoolwork, inconsistent organizational structures between different teachers, inability of students to organize their times. A lot of that has improved since we've gone to the hybrid. I think that's pretty much what I have out of specific categories for the school improvement plan. The other observation I'll make is that at the high school, social activities and school culture are a big part of what engages students. And one of the things we're doing now that we're back to hybrid and have a lot more ability to have students here in person is we're really kind of packing a lot into the last part of the school year. We've got 3 athletic seasons kind of condensed. We've got homecoming week coming up at the kind of hybrid homecoming at the end of May. We're planning some of those traditional activities for seniors, including not prom, but a formal gala dinner that's kind of like prom without dancing. So we're really busy. We're a little bit stressed out, but we're trying to create some of that social and cultural amenities that students associate with high school life, but it's packing a lot into the last part of the school year. And as I've said before, once spring break is over, the end of the school year comes rushing at you like a locomotive, and we're trying to hold on and not get thrown off the train. Gee whiz, 14 minutes, that's horrible.
All right. Well, does anybody have any specific questions for Mr. Clark? Or did he get you all answered? No? Oh, Cindy, I see your voice moving, your mouth moving, but I don't hear you.
I figured maybe Katie might have some comments, but thank you, Jeff, for addressing that. And it is like a locomotive, but you know what? At the end of the day, it's all about students and giving them that great experience. And this year will be a better year than it was last year. And I thank you and your team and all the staff for all the work you're doing on behalf of our families and especially our seniors and our students.
The students are driving the train. Thank you. And I just glimpsed Tanner Zart briefly. Oh, there he is. Hi, Tanner. Tanner and I have been having conversations. We're working on trying to do as much of a remote transitional work as we can to hope that we can continue with the success at the high school.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you. I can see, I mean, I know how much you've been working with the senior class, and that's been very helpful because those kids do deserve it. You know, we missed out on grad last year and prom and all that stuff. So I'm glad they're not going to miss out on it this year. So anybody have any other questions that relate to school besides the fun stuff? All right, Jeff, you're released to the wild. We'll be bringing in now Mr. Gratz from Lincoln.
All right, good evening. So Lincoln's been on a wild ride this year, as we all have. And one of the nice things about being a small alternative high school is that we are able to be nimble and make adjustments as we see the need arise. So to kind of echo what's going on with the high school and with the other schools in the district, engagement and attendance have been the top priority, and also the largest obstacle that we've experienced. So I was able to get some hard numbers when we look at these different sections for how this has impacted our kids. And you know, before we even go into that, what's happened now is that we have had 2 weeks of being in class 4 days a week in some semblance of normalcy. And it's been just a really awesome experience to see the kids getting back. And I have some numbers too, just to talk about our attendance and what it looked like before as opposed to now. And it's very telling, I think, of what especially a Lincoln student needs to be successful and to just be connected to school. So with that in mind, when we were, I guess one of the other strengths of Lincoln is our ability to meet students where they're at and provide plans that are unique to the student. So we still have a ton of options for kids who are coming in that need to earn credits or retrieve credits. And we've had quite a few students who have been extremely successful in the Edgenuity model, working from a distance, having our staff there to support them when needed. We've had quite a few students who, after we introduced our afternoon learning labs and students could come do their Edgenuity classes on campus, they were able to start experiencing success. So we're whittling away the obstacles. And then finally, as we get to this quarter, where we have actual classes happening 4 days a week, we're catching even more kids. So as we've come back, we've been able to measure and get a baseline of where our sophomores and juniors are. And Lincoln traditionally has a pretty strong ELA performance when it comes to the Smarter Balanced Assessment. When you look at these numbers, you know, basically we're seeing 64% of students are proficient right now. Typically that proficiency for Lincoln students is up in the 80s. So, you know, we're seeing a drop, but we're also, you know, recognizing that kids are, we're taking this baseline right as they transition back into the classroom. Now that they're back, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do once we get through the next 7 weeks and close down the year. So we can take a look at math now. And all these kind of tie together too, and we'll address some of the areas once we get to the equity and culture sections and families sections. So with math, this is traditionally our weak area, even in non-COVID years, where oftentimes we've been below 10% in our Smarter Balanced Assessment performance for our 11th graders and 10th graders. So it's not surprising that the numbers are what they are. Again, this is not our seniors. These are our students who are basically in geometry right now in the classroom. And you can see that none of our students are where they need to be. It's pretty cut and dry. So that's our big push coming out of this, is trying to, one, spiral back to what these kids have missed in the previous half of the year, and then get them up to speed with where they need to be so they're ready for next year. We have a strong math teacher, and we have a math teacher that builds strong relationships with students too. And that's key to getting these kids in there and getting them invested. So again, we'll be able to take a look at the end of the year to see where we're at. We can go to the next slide. So Tiffany brought it up. We are sharing what I call a school outreach liaison. And this has been something that I've wanted to create since last year, and it got snagged or hit a few snags as we went into the COVID shutdown. And we were finally able to bring this individual, and we found an individual who was great for the role. And it's been a powerful addition already. I mean, it's only been a few weeks, but we can see how important it is that we can reach a kid regardless of where they're at. Because when we have kids who aren't coming in, they're not picking up the phone either. But when we have the ability to send this person out, either with the family navigator, the Native American interventionist, our counselor, or another staff member, to go knock on a door, they're making progress. And so we'll be able to see the numbers and the trends as the year progresses. But just anecdotally, today we've had a student who hasn't been in since we've been back from break. We were able to do a home visit today. That student came to the door, was happy to see us, and we're expecting that student in the building tomorrow. And that's the kind of power that this model has. On top of that too, we finally are getting our Lincoln cell phone. And as Jeff brought up, it's important that we are able to reach the kids and the families where they're at. And that's through text, that's through the social media and using the tools that they're already engaged in. So just taking a look here to see if there's any other highlights. Oh, and another big thing too, I mean, we have always had a great staff. And as we get the kids back into school, we are pretty dedicated to trying to rebuild our Lincoln family, because that's what's important with being a small alternative school, is that everybody has a part to play and everybody feels connected when they're there. And so we're doing monthly celebrations. We had our St. Patrick's celebration last month. And then today we had our neighborhood cleanup. And we had Cindy Rogers and Katrina made dirt cups, and we were able to celebrate after walking through the neighborhood and picking up garbage and handing out saplings for our students to plant our baby Western hemlocks. And so that was a really nice event, and that's going to continue because this is about rebuilding what we've had and building something better as we come out of it too. So we can go to the next slide. We've diligently been delivering the Character Strong curriculum through advisory. That's kind of come to an end now, and we're using advisory for those nuts and bolts type of activities that we need to do with high school and beyond plan and building resumes and those things. So we're continuing that in a distance model for those kids who are still working from home and for the kids who are coming in. Again, I think our biggest equity move right now is just that we can reach any kid with what they need, whether it's sitting in the classroom with instruction as usual, engaging with some type of paper pencil contract, and or engaging with an online learning platform. We also have several layers of remediation in our learning strats and our credit retrieval programs. We can go to the next slide. All right, again, our outreach coordinator has been instrumental. I'm really excited to see where this model goes. And overall, I think that what we've been able to do this year is just build, and this is something that we talked about in the presentation a few weeks ago about where Lincoln's at, is building the systems to get students on campus and keep them on campus. And that has not stopped, even as regular schooling has stopped or changed or morphed. And so I'm just really proud of what the team has been able to accomplish, even as we're facing a lot of challenges. And we're going to come back stronger from this next year, and we're going to have and we have these systems in place that are going to be even more powerful next year. So that's pretty exciting. Some numbers that I don't have in there. I took a couple weeks snapshot before spring break, and I was looking at where my engagement levels were. And this is probably kind of a low point as we settled into the end of that quarter. And in education, February, March is always a tough time for staff and students. The 2-week snapshot I took had a 17% average daily attendance rate, which is pretty rough. And we've stepped out of that in the past 2 weeks, and we're back up to about 50. And it's nothing to celebrate, except for that it is a big improvement from where it was. And it's telling me that it's making a difference, and we're catching more kids. Next slide. Or is that it? That might be it. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Mace. Do we have any questions in our last few minutes here?
Mace, I want to thank you for your leadership, and I know that while the attendance may not be high, we all know that our families are trying to do the best they can, and even if we have 2 students at school, that's better than we had before. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for all the staff and everything you do for our students and families.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, I thank all the principals for coming and giving us their, see, I can't stop calling them CSIPs. With that, I'm going to call a 2-minute break until we come back for a meeting. If anybody needs to run and do any quick errands, we'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay. Well, thank you. We're coming back into our regular April 22nd school board meeting of the Port Angeles School District. I am going to I see that all board members are present and accounted for. I do not see yet. There she is here. Both our student reps are also here. So with that, I would ask Carmen to introduce our remote board meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you, President Methner. Hello and good evening. As the moderator of the Port Angeles School District remote board meeting, I would like to welcome you to the April 22nd, 2021 Board of Directors board meeting via Zoom. This meeting is being presented remotely for all attendees. Items to be mentioned before we begin is to note that this meeting is open to the public and is recorded. You can listen to all past board meetings by visiting board docs through our district website. If you have any questions that you would like shared with the board of directors, please email the executive assistant to the superintendent, Jenny Wilson, at jwilson@portangeloschools.org. There will be a portion of the meeting reserved for community comments. Agenda items will be addressed as listed in the agenda. If you wish to share comments, please use the Q&A button located at the bottom of the Zoom conference window. Please submit a brief summary of your non-agenda item and the correlating agenda item number, along with your name, and wait to be called on. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called and your mic will be enabled. Before making your comments, please state your name and address. You will have 3 minutes to speak, after which time your mic will be turned off. Video will not be enabled during your time. Accusations, foul language, or other verbal abuse will not be tolerated. If you do so, you'll be asked to refrain from using such language. If you continue to use inappropriate language, your mic will be turned off. And if you have any concerns about individual district employees or specific complaints that require administrative response, please contact the office of the superintendent directly. Thank you, and back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. I've already done the roll call, which is going to lead us to the I apologize to the flag salute. So Jenny, if you'd put up the flag, asking everyone to join me in the flag salute. All right, we're just going to go ahead and begin. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag Thank you. So that is going to take us to Director Kelly. I'm going to turn the floor over to you for acknowledgement of tribal lands.
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous lands of Coast Salish peoples who have reserved the treaty rights to this land, specifically the Clam tribes. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial. And I've asked for a personal point of privilege from President Methner. I'd like us to take a moment of silence in memory of Jamestown Tribal Councilman Kurt Gunnell. Thank you. And Kurt was a graduate of Port Angeles High School. His daughters were, his spouses have been, and he will be greatly missed for all the service that he gave this county and across this nation. So anyway, we wish his family the best, and we're sending our prayers and hugs and loves to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Kelly. Very well timed. Okay. We are going to go now on to the agenda discussion. How does the agenda look to everybody? Looks good. All right, so that's going to move us right on into the consent agenda. The purpose of the consent agenda is to recognize routine matters. So I would ask for a motion.
So moved by Director Kelly.
Director Wright will second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Great. With that, I would like to turn over briefly to Superintendent Brewer, who's going to introduce us to the new Port Angeles High School principal, who we have just hired in our consent agenda.
Thank you very much, President Methler and fellow board members. This evening, upon your action for consent agenda, Tanner Zart, which is the approval for Port Angeles High School, was just authorized. It's an honor to bring him to you this evening. Our district has done a really good job of vetting Tanner's ability to come in and lead Port Angeles High School. Tanner has completed 6 hours of interviews and probably at least another 6 hours of on-site reference checks. And so I bring him to you this evening and am honored to be able to bring him to Port Angeles and lead Port Angeles High School. And I've asked him to share a few words this evening. So Tanner, if you could open your mic and address the board.
Good evening. I'm coming through okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm honored and excited to be with you this evening. I'm excited to assume the role of principal of Port Angeles High School, deeply honored. My wife, Gracie, my 3-year-old daughter, Lucy, and myself are thrilled to relocate and join the community of Port Angeles. My family has already been offered so much support from members of the community, so we feel confident that we've made the right choice. I grew up in a small town, Winnemucca, Nevada, and I studied my bachelor's and my first master's degree at the University of Nevada in Reno. I'm a proud 3rd-generation educator. My grandfather, both parents, both siblings, all of my in-laws were all educators. I learned from an early age that the rewards and benefits of being an educator and how much dedication and passion it takes. So standing here today, I'm standing on the shoulders of a lot of great educators. So I'm very honored to be here. Prior to this position, I've worked as a substitute teacher, paraeducator, coach, teacher, and now an administrator in Reno since 2006. I've worked in with a lot of amazing educators over the years, family, students, and I know I never could have reached this position without their lessons and their experiences. I know next school year is going to present a lot of challenges. It's going to be, have a lot of new people coming on the team. These are unprecedented times and they're going to take unprecedented effort and determination. So I look forward to tackling these challenges with our team at Port Angeles High School and with the staff and the leadership team with Mr. Brewer and everyone else at the district. Jeff Clark and I have already been meeting and I've met with almost every single department chair and administrator and just everyone I can already. That's one of the blessings of having this digital age is that I can start this process before I'm even with you guys in person. So Jeff has been a huge part of building this transition plan. And I'm confident that we're going to be able to build a plan that's going to maintain effective operations of the school for next year and make sure that we bring kids back safely in the fall and maintain a high quality education that I know has been going on forever at Port Angeles High School. In the past 2 weeks, I've met with all members of the leadership team, department chairs, and other staff members. During these conversations, I've been impressed by the dedication, knowledge of everyone on the staff. So I'm confident we have the right team to get the job done. Once again, I'm honored to be entrusted with this great responsibility. And I look forward to leading our team at Port Angeles High School and going on to a next stage. My family and I would like to thank the Port Angeles High School staff and district leadership and the local community and tribal leaders for entrusting us with this awesome responsibility. So once again, thank you for having me and I look forward to meeting all of you in person.
Well, welcome to the Port Angeles School District. We're very much looking forward to getting to know you and doing the work going forward. And enjoying having another new little one in town. Always love that.
Me too.
Oh,
She's a handful. Get ready, guys. So.
Oh, yay. We love that. Okay, that is terrific. And pass along to your family, your wife, that we are very much here to help and make sure that things go smoothly for you. Okay, now we get down to the business at hand. First is Jenny, is there any board correspondence?
Not at this meeting, President Methner.
That's great. That takes us on to awards and recognitions and presentations. We're going to start with Minnie Whalen from the United Way. She's going to talk to us about the Clallam Resilience Project.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Minnie Whalen. Happy Earth Day.
Yes.
I'm with the Clallam Resilience Project, and tonight I'll briefly provide an overview of the project and how we're working with Port Angeles School District, and then how we can consider how to continue to partner. Let me begin with thanking Assistant Superintendent Michelle Olson, who has been a connector, a creative leader, a tireless supporter of our project. Thank you and Jenny as well for bringing me here tonight. And as a parent, let me thank you, the board, the principals, our superintendent for showing up and serving our community. It has been an unpredictable, extreme, prolonged year of stress, which is the triumvirate of factors that create neurobiological vulnerability. And that's part of what fuels the Clallam Resilience Project. We are a cross-sector consortium with shared leadership whose purpose is to understand and expand that understanding of near sciences, which is neuroscience, epigenetics, adverse childhood experiences, and resiliency. We operate out of United Way of Clallam County and have been grateful for Port Angeles School District's ongoing involvement as we develop. Our origins came from our friends and neighbors asking for a mobilized community strategic response to adverse childhood experiences, otherwise known as ACEs. As you know, ACEs have a long-lasting individual health and community impacts. Even though the groundbreaking CDC study was in the late 90s, ACEs are still very present in Clallam County. We have higher than state average child abuse and neglect rate. A third of the adults reported having 3 or more ACEs. Over the course of 2020, we have the highest regional rate of suicide and self-inflicted injury visits to the ER. Of half were people under the age of 29. So what do we collectively do, and what is the Clallam Resilience Project doing about this? So we share models such as these concentric circles that show how a shared language about trauma and resilience building skills can be taught and practiced and spread from the individual to the family, from the team to the organizations, and throughout our systems and community. We use SAMHSA's trauma-informed care framework that speaks to what trauma is and its influence, recognizing trauma in people, and then responding to trauma and avoiding re-traumatization. The Clallam Resilience Project works towards these lofty goals through education, skill building, and collaborating with partners such as yourself, and emphasizing a continuum of care to create individual and community wellness. So what does this actually look like, you may ask? Let me give you some examples in terms of our partnership together. So in terms of knowledge, together we've participated in CASTLE training to consider the upcoming district's school-wide strategic goals of social emotional learning. And we've also had pre-COVID a number of evening film screenings, giving parents an opportunity to learn more about ACEs and the brain science of resilience. So participants had responded to this film screening by saying, what I thought was a normal way of dealing with what I went through impacts my children. These things happen to you, but they don't have to define you. And ACEs can affect overall health, not just mental or physical. In addition to providing and measuring knowledge about near sciences, we want to offer usable skills. So we've done that through trainings. And over the past years, there's been, as has been said before, difficulties like a general loneliness, social isolation, anxiety and depression. People are having trouble focusing. And prolonged stress will do that to you neurologically. It disrupts our cycles of sleep, gives our regular routines disruption. And in things like exercise and physical activity, it makes it all harder for us to becoming for a new norm. All these things make it difficult for the body to be resilient. So Michelle Olson came up with the concept of Wellness Wednesdays, where we're having local experts come and share to school district staff about how nutrition, regulation, yoga are related to brain development, wellness, and learning. They're offering skills and ideas about how to adjust to the new normal. And it seems to be helping staff. Not only are people reporting knowledge gain and using new skills, but people are identifying feeling less overwhelmed, less anxious, and less isolated after these sessions. They are saying that they feel more calm, more inspired, and more hopeful. And these are the emotions that we're trying to cultivate through building resilience. Here's another quick example. So you are probably among the most resilient people in our community, but even you have been affected by our pandemic. You're experiencing, again, a long period of chronic unpredictable stress where you're isolated on these Zoom meetings. You have to make high stakes decisions that are constantly shifting. Does this sound familiar? So your alignment of your brainstem in the cranial brace supports communication through the whole nervous system, and it creates more use and room for our organs. So if you could join me, standing up for a second. And then sitting back down, aligned tailbone. So that if this alignment allows your spine to better receive the flow of oxygen, blood, and cerebral spinal fluid to the brain. This will help you problem solve, abstractly think, and regulate, among other things. So these simple adjustments can make a neurobiological difference in the way that we feel, process information, and respond to this world. And this work is really for all of us. We can practice these caring, community-minded responses and learn from each other. Through monthly community meetings, we've had local presenters share this information, identify trauma-sensitive practices so we can learn from them. And as I think you suspect, the science goes beyond simple tailbone adjustments like the one we just did to better helping our body function. It extends to all those concentric circles that I mentioned before. Using a trauma-informed lens, we can see better outcomes for all, especially our most vulnerable people. So for example, within schools, when we adopt trauma-informed policies and procedures, we can see a decrease in behavioral referrals, expulsions, and suspensions. An example of this type of trauma-sensitive practice is a Handle with Care program that we're exploring implementing here in Port Angeles. Handle with Care enables police and first responders to notify schools if they encounter a child at a traumatic scene. The first responder or law enforcement officer would send 3 words to a school district: handle with care. And they show a child's name and their age. The appointed district personnel would then notify appropriate parties to just observe the child and be passively aware. In this manner, staff could potentially have a more informed response, and a student could be better cared for and thus be able to better learn, grow, and thrive. Here are a number of examples of how a trauma-informed response or a Handle with Care response could provide that connection. So why is this so important now? During this time of upheaval, stress, and isolation, we know that people need to feel safe. We are able to move up Maslow's hierarchy of needs and thus learn and actualize because of the connections that we make with each other and ourselves. So thank you for allowing me this time to connect with you. I have generated a number of questions that I think are in your board packet, but I also want to welcome any questions from you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any questions from the board?
I'd like to make a comment, Madam President.
Please.
Minnie, and also to Michelle and those who work together on this program. This is such an important part of learning in our schools, and particularly for teachers and staff members. They have been under such incredible stress over this past year. I did my dissertation work with stress and anxiety and burnout among school teachers. And I worked for 4 years on that project. And this is really a good thing to do and to sanction. I hope the board, we all feel that this is an important part of what's happening with our staff. So I want to thank you and hope you continue to work with us. The Wellness Wednesdays are very good. I've enjoyed the ones that I've looked at. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Minnie. I think this is one of the key, if not the most important factor in our students' ability to learn, is that they feel good about it, that they're happy and they're healthy mentally. So we're not going to make any headway unless we make headway in this department. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much for coming and bringing us this important information, and anything really that we can do to continue and help and grow this enormous project is certainly welcome from us.
As President Mether, I also want to thank Minnie and the Resilience Project for supporting not only the Port Angeles School District, but school districts across Clallam County. I think it's a representation of the really phenomenal work that we have going in the entire county and working together to problem solve very, very intense problems. And the feedback that we've received at the school level with regards to staff support has been great. And Jacob is exactly right. To have healthy students, we have to have healthy staff working with our students. And this year, as Director Long has referenced, has been very, very stressful. So Minnie, to you and your team, thank you very much for bringing, this solution and this support to our county. And also Assistant Superintendent Michelle Olson, thank you for the partnerships. Together we can, and we are stronger together. So thank you for the effort and continued support of our school district and the school district across the county.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. All right. So with that, we're going to shift gears, and Principal Lunt is up now with our Students of the Month and our Stevens Middle School report.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us. So I'm going to start with our student spotlights. We have 2 today. I think they were both pretty disappointed that they couldn't be there to be recognized. They were excited. So my first student is Heidi Leitz, and there's a lot of words there because every one of her teachers wanted to make sure that they had their input because she is such an amazing student. So I put everybody's words there, but I'm just going to read a little bit about her. So Heidi is one of the most positive, hardworking, and friendly students that you will ever find. She actively participates in all classes. Even during remote learning, she attended every single one of her Google Meets. Heidi is a student who continues to learn even when she's not in the building. She uses her knowledge to empower her peers and improve the quality of the learning environment. We feel honored to have Heidi as a student, and we've had her for 2 years now. So congratulations to Heidi. She's an amazing kid. And our other...
I apologize. I was going to say, I don't know that I haven't seen that Heidi is on the meeting, so, or her family. So if you could convey that to her and our next student.
I think Heidi's out playing softball. And she's so thrilled to do that. Let me tell you, they're all back in sports and activities. So yes. Our second student is Liam McBride. And again, his teachers all wanted to have something to say about him. So I made sure I have everything there. I have printed both of these for these students so they can see all these wonderful things. But for Liam is an extremely responsible and independent worker. He has done a fantastic job navigating the challenges of being a middle school student during a very difficult time. His attendance has been outstanding. He takes his learning very seriously and is involved in many other school-related activities. You'll hear some of those later today. Liam should be very proud of not only the work that he has put in, but also in the example that he has set for his peers. So congratulations to Liam as well.
Thank you. And I'm very hopeful that maybe by the very end of the year, we might be able to meet in person and maybe just grab all of our students of the month and bring them in just for a big round of applause. We'll see.
They all deserve it.
They do. All right. So, and again, pass along our congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And now you're on.
Oh, now I'm on. Okay. So again, thank you for having us. We are thrilled to be here tonight. You know, Zane and I put a lot of thought into what we were going to present. Lots of talk about what this year has looked like. This year has had many obstacles, hurdles, challenges, changes. Sometimes I think we have changes every day. Easy to go down that path of this is a difficult year and it's hard for us all. But when you step back and think about the school year and these kids, we've had some amazing times here. And that's what we need to spotlight. We need to make sure that we're highlighting and spotlighting all the great things that we're doing at Stevens. We are very excited to come to work every day to see our kids. They're here for longer in the day now, but we're also excited to come to work with our colleagues. We've got an amazing staff that go out of their way to do everything they possibly can for their students. I came the other day and I had a note on my desk saying, sorry, I left a little early. I'll be right back. Student is struggling with something at home, doesn't have a good connection, so I'm going to the home real quick. And that's just what they do. They care about their students. So for us, for Zane and I, we really want to make sure that we're acknowledging our students and our staff tonight, because that's what this is about. So our main goal this year has really been to get our kids engaged and get them involved. And so what can we do to get middle school students engaged and involved? I felt like we started that work back in June. When COVID first hit and we were all sent home overnight pretty much, our buildings were empty for quite a while. But we were able to, at Stevens, start and do summer school in June. And we did that with CTE class with Mr. Thomason and the TSA kids. And I think that got a spark with some of our kids. And they were here all the time. And so we realized that TSA is going to be a great way to get kids involved and engaged in school. So this year with TSA, we ended up having 81 students participate in TSA. And for those of you that might not know, TSA stands for Technology Student Association. We just recently had state competition. We had 19 students who went to state, and 17 of those 19 groups qualified for nationals in May and June. That is incredible. I cannot believe we had 17 out of our 19 qualify. So yes, Carmen, woo. And if you need to come and see these kids and see their projects. So we had third and fourth place in forensic science. We had, can you go back to that last screen? Thanks. In flight, we placed fourth place in solar cars, first place in medical technology, first and second place in robotics, and off the grid. I don't know what's going on, but Port Ann just swept that one again. We did great last year, and this year, first, second, and third. And I'll tell you, I go down into their room often when they're working, and I have to really step back and process. These are 7th and 8th graders, and the work they're doing is absolutely amazing. So we wanted to make sure that we spotlighted some of our kids. So we have a few videos of our first place winners. So our first one is, I believe, let's see what that next slide is. Yeah, medical technology. Kennedy was amazing. I went in there a couple times and had to ask, well, what are you working on? And she was so focused and, you know, kind of annoyed, I think, when I kind of interrupted her and asked her to talk to me. She was working really hard one day on making sure that those wires were properly placed so that the fingers would move. And just watching that tedious work. So Kennedy did a prosthetic hand. And her challenge was that she had to create, do the research, medical technology research, create her own model, and it had to be for a young child in a third world country. And this is what she's made. So if we go to the next slide, we really wanted to see if we could, and I know I apologize, some of these videos, it's hard to hear. And so this one might be a little hard to hear, but this here is Kennedy. Kennedy amazes me every day when I walk into TSA. And so we're gonna listen to her little 30-second speech of what she did. We might listen to it.
I hope we can.
Uh-oh. That's okay. It was amazing. We'll go on to the next. Oh.
My name is Kennedy Romer, and for my TSA project, I did medical technology. And I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about what I did and how I did it. So to start, for my portfolio, I talked about the economic factors, the environmental factors, and the societal factors. And I kind of put that together in all one slide. And I also talked a little bit about what I did for my prototype. And for my prototype, I built a 3D printed prosthetic hand.
I think if when I was in 7th and 8th grade and somebody asked me to do that, I'd have no idea what I was doing. So it's really impressive. So that was for the medical technology, and that was Kennedy. A robotics challenge, we had Liam McBride, Carter Gunnarsson, and Jacob Olson. And they did, their challenge was to, first they had to create a bridge over the moat and had to be able to build a robot that can go over the bridge, pick up a golf ball, and successfully bring it back across the bridge and place it down. And those boys were in there. And what I love to watch with this is it was a team, and listening to their ideas bounce off of each other, and oh, that's a good idea, but if we also add this, we could do that. And it was just so neat to see the 3 boys work together as a team. The only unfortunate thing with this is because of COVID at nationals, robotics is not an event, so they cannot advance to nationals and compete because we cannot ship this a device like the robotics and other things. And so they're not going to be able to compete in nationals. However, they did qualify for it. So our last one that we're going to showcase tonight is called Off the Grid. Off the Grid. This team came in first place. It was Lizzie Shaw and Becca Manson. Their challenge was to create a self-efficient home for a family of 5 in a third world country. This team chose to create this home that could be built on the river in Ukraine for a family of 5. They chose the river in Ukraine because there's a lot of sturgeon, a lot of fish in that river. And so if you look at the very bottom of that gray, that's where they were going to raise sturgeon. And that's food for them. And they had, on the bottom right is their garden. That's on the top of the house, so they have some more food to eat. They've created like a turbine, and they had a generator to make sure that the water for the sturgeon, but also so they can use the water for their garden. They created this, they did a sketch, and then they did some of this with the 3D printer at school, and everything is to scale. it's amazing. If we go to the next slide, it shows you a few more things that they did. So they used a thing called Tinkercad. And this is how they designed their house here. So their sketches and their drawings could be picked up and taken to Ukraine and be built for a family of 5. Blows me away. Yep.
Amazing.
So, these are middle school kids. It's great. So that's our TSA. They are going in May and June. Because of COVID, it's all remote, so everyone gets to participate. And I'm very thankful for that because it's very expensive for our students to fly. It was going to be in Florida this year, and we probably were going to have a difficult time raising that money for everyone to be able to get to Florida to compete for nationals. But because it's remote, everyone will be able to compete. So one of our goals is to start raising funds for TSA so they can make sure every year those students who do qualify can get to the nationals so they can compete. I don't know if some of you might know, but Carmen was a huge help in supporting TSA, and they were spotlighted on KONP the other day. And so our TSA president was on the radio, and it was really neat to see that. So thank you, Carmen, for helping get that facilitated. So another way that we've been able to get kids to school, get them involved, is through athletics. Athletics was really hard to get up and going. We were late in getting it up and started, but it's been amazing to watch these kids. I go in class, and others have said this today, you go in class and they're still unsure. They're quiet, they're not sure what to say, they don't know how to interact with others. We read facial expressions a lot, and we don't get to do that right now. It's hard. And so kids are just unsure. So it is really quiet in classes until you come out to the court or the fields or the track, and man, their personalities are back. And it's just so heartwarming for me to go out there and watch. Our season 1, we had volleyball. We had 39 student athletes participate in volleyball. The way we ran our athletics is if you are, you can practice on the days that you're in the building. So if you're an A day, you practice on Mondays and Thursdays, B days, Tuesdays and Fridays. On Wednesdays, we had game days. So for volleyball, for example, we broke up the kids, the coaches broke the kids up into 4 equal teams, and they got to compete on Wednesdays. And so some of these pictures here are the different teams. The one in the middle, it says elbow bump. We can't shake hands. And so after each game, they would do a little elbow bump and congratulate each other. On our game days, we were allowed to have parents come. And it was amazing. It was not a problem whatsoever. Every parent had their mask on. They sat 6 feet apart. We sprayed everything down when they were done before the next group came in. It just clockwork. It's like we've been doing it, been doing it for months, right? So it worked great. Our second sport for season 1 was cross country. We had 30 student athletes in cross country. They did the same thing. They had competitions on Wednesdays. And here they are pictures of them. We usually run at Lincoln Park. So students would meet here at school. We would do all the attestation here at school. And then they would walk to Lincoln Park and do their run and then walk back. We did notice that kids have been probably sitting in front of their TV or their screens a lot more than usual. So their runs for cross country weren't quite as far as they normally were in a normal school year. A little shorter runs for them to be successful, but they had a blast. So for season 2, we have girls basketball with 35 student athletes and flag football with 39 student athletes. Those sports are going on right now, and they're following the same system of having game days on Wednesdays. Our season 3 will be starting here soon. And for season 3, we will have boys basketball, and then we will have track and field. Now, again, we don't have anyone to play. We have no other schools to participate against, to compete against, but that's not stopping these kids from coming out and enjoying their sport. We were kind of worried at first that kids wouldn't want to be out here if they didn't have that game or that competition, but they're coming out and they're having a great time. So athletics has been a big hit so far. let's see here. What do we have next? So in order to be able to do TSA, to do athletics, in order for us to have kids at school, we've got to follow the COVID guidelines. Can't do a presentation this year without mentioning COVID guidelines, right? So here is our school. Just a quick few pictures of arrival. We have students met at every exterior door. And at every exterior door, you'll have an adult there collecting the attestation forms, taking temperatures, and sending them to class. You notice on the social distancing on the right side, kids are just waiting there, 6 feet apart, waiting to get into the building. A couple different attestation stations you see there. And then it usually takes us, we don't have probably more than 10 to maybe 15 to 20 kids at a door on a given morning to come in, because we're using every exterior door. So we never really have a lineup at any door. The next slide. Transitions. I don't know if you've ever been to a middle school and transition. On a normal year, watch out, stand to the side, right? It's packed, it's crazy. Well, this year, it's not that way. We are recommending students to try to transition outside. Get some fresh air, go outside, stretch your legs a little, take your time to get to class. Say hi to your friends, go outside. And so that's what you'll see here, several pictures of them transitioning outside. But if they are going a short distance, they do transition inside. And so one of these pictures here, you'll notice that we have the blue tape down the middle. We're teaching them already, stay to the right, just like when you drive here, stay to the right. Y'all go in the same direction, don't run into each other. And you notice it's working. There's really no issues. I think when we made the decision to bring the middle school or secondary back, I had a few sleepless nights thinking, how am I going to keep these kids away from each other? They're middle school. That's just what they do. They socialize. They hug each other, and they're doing an amazing job. It's absolutely fantastic. Dismissal, school gets out at 1 o'clock, and by 1:10, we are saying buses can go. So those kids are getting out, grabbing their lunch, getting on their bus, or meeting their parents on D Street, and they're gone. It's taking maybe 10 minutes for them to get out of the building and be off and be on their way home. So really smooth transitions, arrival, dismissal, and between classes here. Okay, so snack time, right? So we now are going from 8:30 to 1. I don't know, but when I go from 8:30 to 1, I'm always hungry. And so we do send lunches home with kids every day. So they get to take lunch, and they get it when they take a lunch, there is food for them for the next morning as well. So we are sending home meals with any student that wants to take a meal home. But we also know that they snack. That's just what we do. We snack. And so we built in a snack break every day during advisory. And that advisory is between 11 and 11:45. And the school offers everyone a snack every day. And it's always some kind of protein. I think today was a muffin and some string cheese. And they all take it. They eat it. This gives us a chance to get outside, enjoy the weather, socialize with our friends, take our mask off for a few minutes while we're 6 feet apart, have our snack. I had some pictures earlier. I can sit here in my office and look out the window, and kids are rolling down the hill. I'm like, oh, they're being kids again. It's fantastic. Snack time, we thought was going to be a headache. I'll be the first one to admit, I was like, oh man, this is not going to work. It's my best part of my day. Kids get to be kids again, and they're outside socializing. So that's snack time during advisory. Advisory, I feel like advisory has been probably the most important class that we've had all school year. Advisory is, our kids have had the same advisory teachers all year. That consistency is what they needed. We do character strong in advisory class. We've done it all year. Every Wednesday, advisory teachers do a grade check on their advisory kids. Even if they don't have them in an academic class, they do a grade check on their advisory kids. And then they do a reach out every Wednesday with those families who they feel like might need some extra support. And we've made sure that we have one teacher reaching out to these families. So if I'm a math teacher and I have a kid who is struggling, but he's not in my advisory, I'm going to reach out to that kid's advisory teacher and say, hey, on Wednesday when you call home, I'm concerned because he's not getting their math in. Could you find out what's going on if they need some extra help? Parents, we heard it loud and clear last year, too many teachers trying to reach out and help. Great intentions on our part, but overwhelming for the parents. So we wanted to reduce that amount of communication to one person. So now at home, when a parent has a concern or a question, they know that one person they can call and get answers from. It has been amazing for us this year. Advisory teachers are also the ones that did our conferences earlier in the school year. We did 2 sets of conferences, and advisory teachers did all of those with their advisory teachers. Okay, next slide. You guys, this slide is perfect for today. We are talking about the wellness of staff. That is absolutely one of the most important things that we have to keep in mind. We know that this whole pandemic has been hard for everybody. Sometimes we as adults put everything we have into making sure that our kids are okay, and we don't leave enough for ourselves, and we run ourselves down and we're exhausted. It is really easy for our staff to come to school every day. They walk in, they go straight to their classroom, they close the door, and they get their work done. Sometimes when it was all remote, the only interaction some of my staff had with other humans was in their Google Meet with their classes. And we could start seeing that after a few weeks or a month. You know, okay, no one's talking. What's going on? If they talk with their neighbor next door, they're doing a Google Meet on the computer with their colleague next door. And guys, we got to do something. Like we got to bust out of our rooms and socialize. So these are some of the things that we did together this year. We had a paper airplane contest in the hallway, and Gunnar helped me organize that through TSA. We had a cornhole competition in the hallway that Darren Mills created and organized for us. Fogtown Coffee Stand, they have a coffee stand on wheels, kind of a portable one. They brought here to school, and they offered free coffee or tea or smoothies to my staff one day. They were there for like 4 hours. It was fantastic. And they donated all of it. They wanted to reach out to staff and thank staff for what they do. Darren Mills and Riley Horton often created our snack cart. The one in the middle there, we did little mini root beer floats, and they played music and went room to room and did root beer floats. We had another snack one on the top there. So on the bottom right, we did walks on Wednesdays. So during lunchtime, we would all go for a walk, take about 5-6 blocks, take about 20 minutes and do our walk during lunch and come back together. So it was important to me to make sure that the staff was taken care of. They're taking care of themselves. And so I'm glad to hear many talk about that today. I appreciate that. I'm in agreement. The Wellness Wednesdays have been a big hit for many staff members. So thank you all for doing that, especially Michelle. So then that brings us to our why. What is our why? What is the Stevens why, right? Our why this year has been student social and emotional well-being. That is our why. That is why we come to school every day. That is why we join those Google Meets. That's why we answer every phone call and every email that a kid sends us. Even when they're sending us one at 10 o'clock at night, we answer that email first thing in the morning. Our why is getting students in the building, keeping students engaged, acknowledging their feelings and how to deal with them, and making sure they have that feeling of being accepted, wanted, but also make sure they're being celebrated for anything and everything that they are doing. Our goal every day is to come to school and make a difference. And the staff here at Stevens does that every day. So thank you guys for having us. Thanks for listening. And thanks for helping us celebrate our students and our staff. Anyone have questions for me?
I'm just going to say this. I have been, my goal was to get through a school board meeting without crying this year. That one didn't help. So Dr. Long and I had an opportunity to come to your school, as you know, and see those kids making those amazing things. And the quietness of the school is eerie. And I'm glad to hear that maybe kids are starting to be able to come out with having some athletics and things like that. So I appreciate the work everyone is doing, your staff and you. So yeah, but thank you for ruining my attempt.
No problem.
To not be a big baby. Okay. Anyone else want to say anything or have any questions for Kristen?
Thanks, Kristen.
You're welcome.
We appreciate you and your staff so very much.
Thank you. We appreciate you all as well.
I have a comment, President Meffner. So, like, we have done some really good work in our district this year, and I'm going to summarize Kristen's presentation with her and her staff this evening in one word: leading. Our district and what Kristen shared tonight, and I am very appreciative of the work. You know, the opportunities that our middle school students are exposed to this year, they're not common. And so, you know, dedicated professionals coming together to come up with creative solutions to keep students engaged, all in the name of social emotional learning and supports. You know, thank you, Kristen, and thank you, middle school team. You guys are knocking it out of the park, and thank you for being leaders.
Thank you.
Good work.
Okay, well, I think sometimes we should put these later in the agenda, but we are going to move on. We have a couple of proclamations to read. Lakin is going to read us our first proclamation regarding our public school volunteer week. So Lakin, I'm going to turn this to you, hon.
Had it pulled up, but I forgot to pull it up right before I. Okay. Resolution number 2021-10. Whereas parent and community involvement is a significant factor in the success of schools, and whereas during the past decade, school systems throughout the country have accepted the services of dedicated volunteers to assist professional educators, and these volunteers that offered their time, encouragement, and meaningful contact with students. And whereas by becoming a volunteer, parents and community members are providing an invaluable contribution to the education of our students. And whereas volunteers are called upon to assist teachers and staff with the day-to-day activities involved in providing a balanced education for our students, and are an important part of a team that strives to ensure that each and every one of our students succeeds. And whereas during the school year, countless volunteers are spending innumerable hours serving schools in the Port Angeles School District as chaperones, mentors, and after-school tutors, club leaders, booster club members, PTA and PTO members, guest speakers, classroom helpers, athletic coaches, and in countless other ways. Now, therefore, the Board of Directors does hereby proclaim the week of April 19th through April 23rd, 2021 as Public School Volunteer Week in the Port Angeles School District, and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Adopted by the Board of Directors, Port Angeles School District number 121, Columbia County, Washington, at a regular open meeting of the Board of Directors held this 22nd day of April 2021.
Thank you, Lakin. Appreciate that. And so we are going to move on then to the next proclamation, which is our Teacher Appreciation Week. And I believe that Jacob, you are going to read that for us.
Mm-hmm. Resolution number 2021-11. Whereas teachers deserve recognition and thanks for the outstanding work they do for this community and for the children enrolled in the Port Angeles School District. And whereas teachers open children's minds and teach them skills, build their knowledge, and encourage their dreams. Whereas teachers keep American democracy alive by laying the foundation for good citizenship. And whereas teachers fill many roles as listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, and mentors. And whereas these dedicated individuals continue to influence us long after our school days are only memories. Now, therefore, The Board of Directors does hereby proclaim May 3rd through 7th, 2021 as Teacher Appreciation Week in Port Angeles School District, and urges that all citizens observe this week by taking time to recognize and acknowledge the contributions of teachers. Adopted by the Board of Directors of Port Angeles School District number 121, Colum County, Washington, at a meeting of the Board of Directors held this 22nd day of April, 2021.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Now we're going to go into our special services reports. Start with the McKinney-Vento report from Dr. Rachel Summers.
Good evening. So I am presenting this report tonight with some wonderful team members who have helped compile and get ready for this report. So Becca Larson, our family navigator, will be helping present some of it. Kelsey Lane, our family navigator assistant, and also our new special services secretary, Jackie Speck, helped compile the data that we used in this report. And then also Jenny Wilson is going to be sharing her screen so that you can see some of the information and the data that we prepared to share with you this evening. So Jenny, are you able to share your screen?
Yes, this is Carmen, and Jenny is pulling that up right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So that first slide just has the names of those wonderful team members, and I can't emphasize enough the gratitude and respect that I have for these folks that help provide those important services to some of our most at-risk families. Go ahead and go to that next slide. So this just shows some data of officially identified McKinney-Vento students over the past several school year. And so this year we have currently about 100 officially identified students who are experiencing homelessness. However, anecdotally, I want to share that our navigator team in our district, as well as those from other districts, have shared that they believe that the pandemic and all the things that go with it have made it fairly difficult this year to identify all of the homeless families and students in our district. And go ahead and go to the next slide. And this is the data broken down by school. The biggest change this year is that we have Seaview Academy included in our schools this year. And so the numbers overall at each of the schools is fairly similar to past years, with the exception of the new addition of Seaview Academy has 12 students currently who are identified as homeless and eligible under the McKinney-Vento services. You can go ahead and move to the next slide. So the data that I just showed you was the quantitative data. Qualitatively, we know that McKinney-Vento is a type of service that is not just a one and done visit with a family. Our school navigator team is very skilled at working with these complex situations that families are encountering and dealing with. And so this slide talks about how the relationships they build with the families as well as with the community partners is just critical. And our hope is also that some of the work that they do when they're doing their outreach and their home visits might be preventative, in that connecting families and students with some of those critical resources could help to possibly prevent downward spirals or avoid some of the negative outcomes that can happen as a result of some of the challenges that our students and families face. One thing that we have been doing is working with Strengthening Families Locally, which is a consortium of community partners who are looking for ways to decrease childhood abuse and neglect and decrease the number of students who need to be referred into the foster care system. And so that's very closely related with the outreach work that the Navigator team does for McKinney-Vento services. And our Navigator team has been working all of this week on a grant application that could possibly help us increase and enhance those community partnerships that could help reduce childhood abuse and neglect. And So the very last part of that slide is a little bit more of the quantitative data. And then Kelsey and Becca are going to share some of the success stories and some of the things they do when they are working with families to accurately assess their needs. So Becca and Kelsey have completed at least 250 home visits this year. And at least 112 of those were for McKinney-Vento identified families. They've delivered at least 220 meals, because when we were pulling this data, more has happened since then, of course. So, and at least 55 of those meals were to identified McKinney-Vento families. And they delivered at least 120 Wi-Fi devices or wave vouchers to families to help support that access to online learning. And at least 24 of those were for identified McKinney-Vento families. And they've been asked and have helped schools and families and students with so many different things this year that it's hard to quantify the scope and the breadth and the many different things that they have done this year. And I'm just so deeply full of gratitude and have so much respect for the work that they do with these students and families, and the way that they go to school intervention team meetings and support the school staff and help with outreach for so many different things. So when we move to the next two slides, Kelsey and Becca are going to talk about how they assess family needs and then share just a few anecdotal success stories. So I will turn it over to Becca and Kelsey.
Hello, my name is Becca Larson. I have Kelsey Lane sitting behind me here. And we are so grateful for this work. We have felt incredibly supported by each of the teams at each individual school. Principals, school counselors, Native American interventionists, nurses, teachers. So many people have helped us achieve the amount of work that we've been able to achieve this year during a pandemic, which I think is very remarkable. Our approach as the Navigator team is strengths-based. So when we go out and meet with families, we're always looking for what the family brings to the table, and we try to build on that. Because I think in a lot of ways, people can view families sometimes for the things that they are lacking, but in our role, and as from the school district's perspective too, we're looking at what they come to the table with, and we really want to build upon those strengths. Our philosophy is also to meet families where they're at. So that's one of the reasons why we complete so many home visits. We know that sometimes it's hard for families to show up. And so if a student hasn't been participating in school, then our job is to go to them and to do what we can to eliminate those barriers. So working with individual school teams has been really important and has helped us find strength in each other too, because we can't do this work alone. And as we meet with each individual team, we can provide care plans essentially that meet the needs of each individual family, and each member of the team can then complete different tasks. So Kelsey's going to talk a little bit about what those tasks are, but I really am so grateful for the support that we've gotten from the school district this year to achieve this work. So I will turn the time over to Kelsey.
Hi everybody. So I'm just gonna kind of touch base on some of the things that are listed on the presentation right now as far as transportation for our students. Can include many things from bus tokens, bus passes, even Becca and myself transporting students to make sure that that isn't a barrier for them, especially with educational needs. This year, the biggest one was, like Rachel had said, providing internet. That is an essential thing for students now to be able to access school. And we spent a lot of time making sure that families had that ability, whether it be a hotspot or a wave voucher. And continuing to check in with them, make sure that they're still working appropriately, updating them if they need updated. So it's been an ongoing thing to support those kids with those options. Let's see. We also try and remove any other barriers for students with fees, which haven't been a lot this year. But but in a normal year, then yes, anywhere from ASB cards, caps and gowns, all of the above. We have helped work with our partners with North Olympic to help provide mental health support for our students, which is super important this year. Kids need that. And we've been able to take kids to appointments and get them connected immediately and get them the support that they need, whether it's just one visit or if it's continuing. Let's see. We have also had some super great partnerships with housing, with the Serenity House. We have built such a great relationship with them that we can call them at any time, and we are able to help our families immediately that are in crisis find some type of stability to make that a little less stressful for them. And so we're super fortunate to have that that partnership with them. And then let's see if I want to make sure that I hit all my bullet points. We also just in the last little bit have started helping Susan Heyer in transporting high cap student testing, because we want to make sure that there is no economical barrier or social economical barrier for students to achieve the testing. And because it's remote and it's here at the central office, families are having a harder time getting their kids here. So we've started doing that as well to make sure that kids are getting what they need. And I think that is all from me. Becca has more for the next slide. Thank you, guys.
So I will also say that Kelsey has been an amazing team member. She knows the high school system so well. She knows the families. She's local. She's been here forever, and I'm embarrassing her. But it's been so valuable to have her on the team because she's motivated and she also has a huge heart. So she's been a perfect teammate for me this year. So the slide that Kelsey reviewed, as she was talking, I was thinking, you know, some of our families have one or two of those things that we help them with, but the majority of those families have 3, 4, or 5 issues that we're working on. And so it's not just a one-time visit, it's multiple visits over the entire year. And that allows us to build relationships with families and trust. So when families need something, when parents or guardians, and sometimes even our unaccompanied minors, when they have a need, they know how to reach us. And we have the ability to text them through a district phone, which has eliminated a lot of the communication anxieties that I think parents feel and students feel sometimes. We also have a district car that we can transport students in as well. And we've been using one of the 12 passenger vans a lot recently because of the amount of food we deliver. It doesn't fit in our car anymore, but also just so that we can space and keep things COVID healthy. So we've been provided with a lot of great tools from the district to complete our job. So that's been amazing because a lot of our families need multiple areas of support outside of the school. They need a lot of support in the home. So besides the home visits, which is really the bulk of our job, when we calculated the numbers, we spent a couple of hours last week counting each individual home visit that we've completed. And we know that there's been more that we just haven't gotten to document yet. But we were both kind of shocked. We were like, is that real? Have we really done at least 250 home visits, 112 of those being for our McKinney-Vento students? And it is. And that's probably why we're really tired every Friday. But and I know that there's been other work with the schools too, with other staff members. I know that our Native American interventionists have completed home visits. We have school counselors that have done visits too, teachers that are coming on visits with us. So the amount of home visits across the district is really impressive. And it's something I'm proud of because coming to the district as a social worker, I came from the home visiting model working at First Step, and I realized how successful it was. And so it was really important to me when I was first hired to continue that model in the district. And then COVID hit. And so it just seemed like serendipitous that we transitioned and we were already initiating a home visiting program. But our job is not just home visiting. There's some other pieces too. We help coordinate the school-based health center in partnership with North Olympic Healthcare. And just a second. So last year it was a school-based, so it was on site at the high school. It was for a few weeks, but then it had to move. The clinic had to move to North Olympic Healthcare at the Extended Services building for various reasons. And I think that for those reasons, and also just because we haven't seen students as much in the classroom, we haven't been able to have as many referrals to the center as we would have liked. But we have served a total of 11 students. That's been since the end of March. And those 11 students together have been seen for 25 appointments. So I'm proud of that. Some of our students too, just because of logistical reasons, will be referred to Peninsula Behavioral Health or to their primary care provider. So North Olympic is a piece of the whole puzzle, but we are definitely working to find whatever solution the student needs to get them to mental health treatment. So just today I transported a student from her home with her dad's permission to Peninsula Behavioral Health and back. So I've been doing that for her a couple of times a month, just because she needs the treatment, she needs the help, and she's willing to receive it. So we want to support her in that. We also, like Kelsey explained, provide extensive student and family supports. So this could be at school. We do a lot of school visits. We can also help coordinate visits with community partners at the school. We've done that with the Serenity House. We've also met with a parent with healthy families. Just here in the Lincoln Center, we scheduled a meeting and she was able to get resources for domestic violence. And then we also work closely with the Native American interventionists because we know that their skill set is valuable. And then a part of the job that I really enjoy doing is the community outreach. I love building partnerships with members of organizations that have a lot to offer. And it's been really neat to live in a small community where I came from Salt Lake City, which there's not a lot of population, but we're all really condensed. And so it's a big city. And I, as a social worker, I never felt like I got to really know people in community organizations, but here I do. We know, Kelsey and I have worked all year to form one-on-one relationships with at least one person from the organizations that we refer our families most to. So this would be the Serenity House, of course. They have a lot of programs right now to support families who are behind in rent or at risk of losing their home. So Dylan from the Serenity House has been vital, and we've called him, and he and his team, they rally their resources immediately, and they can get urgent help for families, which has been amazing. We also work with Peninsula Behavioral Health, North Olympic Healthcare, Clallam Resiliency Project, the Boys and Girls Club. I just toured their facility last week and was blown away at the work that they're doing. And we were able to, Mary Budke and I were able to talk about a referral process so that if she encounters a student or a family who has needs, then she can call me and I can reach out, or if she knows that they might be experiencing homelessness, then she can have them fill out our paperwork and we can get them on our radar. So that's going to be a great partnership. And then I'm also meeting in a couple of weeks with Tammy Litster from Head Start so that we can intercept those families coming from the Head Start program into the school district. So it's like a warm handoff. So I really value those. And I think that they're important because we want to give students the very best service that we can. So we need to know where they can go, who they can talk to, and what service and how to access the services. So it's really important for us to maintain those relationships. A few family success stories. We've seen so many kids and so many families, and every week Kelsey and I are impressed by what we see, and our hearts are warmed, and we're grateful that we can be involved in this way. So it was hard to narrow down, but we did pick a few that were impactful. The first one, we met with a student who dropped out because he had to quit school so that he could go to work to support his family, his parents and his siblings. And it was hard for them. They live in a small apartment and there's several kids, so he needed to quit so that he could provide. But with our team and the principal, we were able to develop a plan for him to graduate, and he's graduated. And we believe that because now he has his diploma, he'll be able to receive a promotion at work, which will further help his family. And not just now here in the short term, but we know that that's going to be a lifelong success for him. So I'm really grateful to Kelsey, and then one of the principals worked really hard on that. And I know that that's going to be life-changing for him. We encountered a family who was living in a hotel. And when I first met her, she wanted to enroll her child into one of the schools. And I have to be vague just because I want to protect people's confidentiality. But she didn't know how to enroll her child. And so we helped her do that. We helped her figure out busing, and we assured her that even though she was living at a hotel, the school has the obligation, but we also want to help get that student to school no matter what. And Karen with transportation has been amazing. I love Karen so much. I'm so grateful for her. So we were able to figure out busing, and then, you know, throughout the next couple of weeks, she reached out often with some requests for help. So Kelsey went to our clothing closet and pulled out clothes for the children living in that hotel room. And there was a lot, and it's all really nice stuff. I'm also so grateful for the ladies who run that closet too. It's a valuable resource. So we took those clothes to the family. We have provided them with cleaning supplies, with gas cards, Safeway cards, through community donations, and also some shelf-stable food so that they can cook in their in hotel room. And thankfully they've since moved into a larger apartment thanks to the work of the Serenity House. So, and the child has been going to school regularly. They moved out of the district or out of the school zone, but because that was their school of origin, we're busing them to that same school because the stability is really important. And then my last story, this is a student that we've been working with all year. She hasn't been coming to school, but her guardian was afraid to send her because of COVID. And so we worked and worked because we knew that there were other things in the home that were impacting the family, of, you know, lots of areas of concern for this one. And so at multiple different levels with multiple people, each one of us on the team were trying to intervene to support this student. And at one point, a Native American interventionist and I went to the home, and the interventionist was able to connect with the guardian. And I feel like at that moment, that's when things started to really move forward, because we made that connection, or she made that connection. And I was just there. But so trust has now been built with this family, more trust than before. And so the guardian has reached out when she's needed cleaning supplies, when she's needed help with internet. We've provided internet for them, but also when they had questions about school. So this last week, the teacher and I went to the home, and the student and the teacher met. And then from there, it just kind of snowballed into this really amazing experience to watch, where the teacher and the student went to the teacher's classroom. Teacher showed her all of these activities that kids had been working on, and you could just see it in the student's eyes. She was so happy to be there. She was asking questions about the projects. She was talking about who was in the class. And our hope is that tomorrow she'll come to in person. It was a really important day because she finally stepped into a building, and it's been months and months and months of hard work from lots of different people. And so I often feel like Kelsey and I kind of see, like, from start to finish what happens, but we recognize that there's so many people intervening at every level along the way. And so it's such a great team effort. I talked longer than I thought I would. Is there anything else you want to say? Okay. Thank you so much.
Does the board have any questions for us? And if we don't have the information, we'll do our best to get it to you.
Anyone?
Thank you for your fabulous work, and thank you for all the that you've done. This is only better for our students and families. And thank you for everything you're doing on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, you guys are really, this board meeting is ringing it out of me. I'm a couple things. I'm very proud of our school district. I really am. And I'm just, y'all, and it's sad, but you're all giving me hope too. So it's kind of, but you're ringing it out of me. I'm not going to lie. Okay.
I want to address this real quick. I want to loop it all the way around. I think it was a meeting in August, probably 2 years ago, August, and we were talking about, establishing the navigator for the school district and how it was an unfunded position and how could we do it. And this board found the means to do it. And so it's made a huge difference in our system. And now the navigator program begins to grow, and we've got a partner stepping up to the plate that wants to help, with that, or many partners stepping up to help. So, kudos to the board for having the vision to, create a position that is not the norm for school districts. And so thank you, school board, and thank you to our navigator assistant, to Dr. Rachel Summers, phenomenal work. And our board meetings are becoming a celebration. There's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of hard people working, but it is gratifying to see so many people working in the behalf of making a difference for our student population. So thank you.
Okay. So thank you for coming. And now we're going to go on with our next special services report from Pam Sanford.
I'm going to turn on my camera there and come out of the grass. So good evening, members of the board. I promise you, Director Methner, that the most squishy you're going to get is my slide deck here. I just can't quite bring squishy to the table. So I want to echo the sentiments that Superintendent Brewer spoke, as well as Dr. Rachel Summers regarding our family navigator position, and thank the board again for your willingness to support that position. And it's nice tonight for me to sit here after 3 years in preparation for my own report, and it warms my social worker heart to see how that position has grown and supported our students. And we've taken a pretty standard federal program, the McKinney-Vento program, and really applied it in action to what it can be for our community. So that's been great. Secondly, I have really been thankful for the support of Dr. Summers this year, and I get to focus on special education and not 7 or 8 other programs too. So here we go with the Special Services Board report. It was a little different this year. We have a term in special education for evaluations called a file review. And sometimes, especially with COVID and not getting the opportunity to have students on campus and really engaged for whatever reason, we do a file review for evaluations. And so this is going to be a little bit of a file review report this year, because we've done a lot, and it's just not, it doesn't feel like a normal year where we talk about a lot of initiatives and things. So we'll start, as we always do, with our trends. And if you want to go to the next slide, our developmental preschool. So as you may have been aware, last year, we, in the 1920 school year, we actually grew to a 3rd developmental preschool because our numbers, as you see there, had been increasing so dramatically. And then I noticed a trend that was occurring with our child find and our birth to 3 counts that had dropped off significantly. And so there was a drop off this year for numbers, not only due to COVID in part, but just there's not as many students feeding into the 3 to 5 program from the community. And so you'll see there for 2021, our numbers did decrease. We did go back down to a 2 program developmental preschool, and that has worked for this year. The next slide then is our overall enrollment, and unlike what you continuously hear about perhaps overall school district FTE, our numbers in special education have not disappointed. They have continued to be overall quite robust, and our school psychologists are working tremendously hard to both reevaluate and evaluate for initials. We also have a, which makes me very proud, I believe a standing in our region, a knowing of that we offer really fabulous, robust programming for our students in special education. And I can tell you that I have weekly phone calls from persons looking to move to the area, inquiring about our programs. So our enrollment trending data for special education services ages 3 to 21 overall continues to increase. Next slide. Another trend, which makes me really proud to show you this evening, as you read it from right to left, so beginning in November 2018, then 2019, and then 2020, this is what is called our LRE data. And this is the data that really reflects those inclusionary practices that really gained momentum last year and then kind of hit the COVID wall in March. But Assistant Superintendent Olson's done a great job kind of bringing that back on board and putting it out there also with the general education staff, in addition to special education staff, but making it more of a district-wide initiative and not just a special education thing. So you can see there that we have increased, so in LRE 1, LRE 2, LRE 3, those are the 3 general codes that are used in special education to identify how much a student with an IEP is being served in the general education environment. And so we have increased our LRE 1. You can see there in 2018, we had 53.6% in a general education environment, 80 to 100% of the time. And now we're up to 67.4. So an excellent trend that you have there for LRE 1, which tells me that we're being more intentional in how we program and place students. In my second year here, I created a continuum both for our 3 to 5-year-old and our 5 to 21-year-olds to help teams, again, be more intentional in how students are placed. I continue to work with principals. Principal Lunt at the middle school has been amazing to work with in terms of really getting out there ahead of this and asking, what can we do to increase our inclusional practices? What can we do to have decisions made that benefit a student and their LRE and the teams? How does that look? And so identifying how it looks is what we're going to continue to work on, and I'll speak about the inclusionary piece towards the end of the slides. All right, next slide, please. So I wanted to give you an overview of just the tremendous work that our special services staff, from para-eds to our teachers, to our SLPs, OTs, PTs, CODAs, psychs, everyone has put in. And what we faced when the fall started was the one, we had this tremendous backlog of overdue evaluations and IEPs that had to be done within 30 days. And that was an OSPI directed request. And they were going to give us a 30-day grace period, and then we had to be done. So we quickly scrambled, placed priorities. We were really the leaders in the region for students with an IEP returning back to in-person learning, which we had a targeted start date of September 10th, which I look back now and that's absolutely incredible. I developed a rubric that was adapted from ESD 112 and made it specific for PASD because it helped teams in decision making based on safety, based on the ability to access remote learning, as well as was a student benefiting from remote learning. And so re-engagement meetings were held with every single family with a student who had an IEP. Then those engagement meetings began on August 27th. And we really wanted to focus on building the relationship with the family to determine their student needs and just kind of get a holistic picture of what had occurred in the spring and how we were going to service their student for the fall. So there was a lot of work put into that by teams. It was incredible. Next slide will put us into the mid-year point, which would be the next slide. Also Seaview Academy, I cannot forget Seaview Academy. Seaview Academy started in the spring of 2020, serving one student with an IEP, and that was a middle school level student, one student. At its height, we were serving over 130 students with IEPs. The real key with Seaview that not only was it a challenge to put together on my end a set of just basic parameters, a structure of how Seaview was going to operate. But the big thing is it's an open enrollment program. And so IEP teams had to be really intentional about having pre-enrollment discussions on how we were going to serve students so they could get their FAPE, that free and appropriate public education, how we're going to serve those IEP needs for a wide variety of students. And so at its, we have 3.5 very dedicated certificated special ed teachers that are working with our Seaview Academy students who have a range from serving kids in 1st grade through 12th grade, some with very significant disabilities that were in our R2 programs, other students that are in general education environments 100% of the time. So it was a quick pivot and I think a successful one. So our mid-year, there we go. We again went back to full remote learning for K through 12th grade in late November. And so again, a form was created and special services staff were guided to re-engage with families, once again, to determine services during this change. Because there were still some in-person opportunities, just like there were back on September 10th when we were in full remote learning then, but we still had our highest need students on campus. And so you can see there just a little snippet of a pretty lengthy form actually, where staff were again reassessing what student needs were during this next phase change or closure. So the next slide would be looking forward, and these are just some kind of thoughts. We need little room for growth. We, like I mentioned, have these bubbles of grade bands of students. In particular, what we've noticed with COVID are actually some positives with our hybrid schedule and our structures in our developmental preschool and our high needs R2 classrooms. We have found that with fewer students, students are getting more intensive instruction that's concentrated with a lower staff to student ratio. And my developmental preschool and R2 teachers are reporting, wow, we have not seen this kind of growth from our students in quite a long time. So that's been a real positive. So when I talk about room for growth though, it also includes just the sheer volume of numbers of students. And so we're looking to expand for the potential of another R2 program to support students so that we don't have classrooms that have too many students in there that we can't support. And so room for growth following those grade bands up through. Also, there is an academic and student well-being recovery plan that is due, I believe, by June 1st to OSPI, and special services will need to be an integral part of that as we talk about how we're going to assess and create plans for students to recover any lost skills due to COVID-19. And I put in there the refocus on initiatives, and that's that. I've been very intentional, and I'm overusing the word intentional today, but very intentional this year on letting and giving grace, breathing room, time for the special education staff, because this is a monumental task that they took on. I can say that the SLPs have become calendar masters at rescheduling and redoing. And people are at a level right now of, in some respects, some are surviving, some are asking for more, I want more growth. They're all in different spots right now. And so just understanding and knowing that next year will be definitely a spot where we're gonna refocus on those initiatives and special services, refocus on inclusionary efforts, and then also that what I call pedagogical learning compliance. And so, you know, going kind of back to some more of normal feelings of, you know, what constitutes a solid IEP. How can we assist you with, you know, behavior support and learning more about interventions, et cetera, et cetera. So looking forward, just looking to get back to some sense of normalcy in what we do best. So that's, I believe, that's it in a little bundle.
A nice little bundle. Well, thank you very much, Pam. Do we have any questions from the board? Pam, I just had a question. So you're saying that our enrollment in that developmental pre-K or preschool is down enough that we've dropped one program, one location?
So correct. So for 1 year, I increased it.
Right.
And then the next year, the numbers dropped off. And so I can only speak to, you know, in looking how that graph grew and then came back down, my wondering if it should have been increased previous to my tenure here, but I can't speak to those previous years. So what I noticed though was a definite need to increase by that second year I was here. And then, but then when I started looking at trends from our birth to 3 data, and then looking at our child find, what we hold 4 times a year, we used to have close to 20 kids a child find. And by the middle of my second year here, I was getting down to 10 kids and then 6 kids. My one next week tomorrow, I'm sorry, has 4 kids. And so it's not necessarily anything that we've done different. If anything, with our family navigators out there, with just the word out there, I have good relationships with PAVED, our local family special education advocacy group. So I don't think it's a systems thing. I think it's something else. Community-wise, it's affecting both Birth to Three and us.
Maybe they're just fewer babies. I mean, that's the nationwide trend, right? Are fewer babies, but
yeah.
Okay.
So, and like I said, it's cyclical. There's bubbles. So I have a really large second grade group with significant disabilities, and then it falls off again. So trends.
We'll just keep our eyes on it. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Good work.
Just want to make a comment again, circling back around. Leading is the word that comes to mind. I appreciate, and Pam referenced the monumental effort of the special ed staff this year is exactly how this should be described. They have done phenomenal work, engaging students back into our school system as early as September 10th. And, that just doesn't exist anywhere in our region. And so the SPED staff under Pam's leadership, much appreciation for the work this year. And thank you.
Agree with that. Absolutely. Okay, now we're going to move into the ever exciting world where we'll talk more about enrollment with Kira.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so we're going to be looking at our April enrollment. So here you can see our head count, which is head count for April for this year is, or for this month, is down 14 from last month. We are at 3258, and in March we were at 3267. Oh, I'm sorry. This is head count. We're looking at head count. I apologize. So in April, we were at 3318, which is 14 less than March at 3332. Here, our FTE is down 9 from 3258 to 3267. Okay, I got that right. Here, breaking down our March withdrawals, you can see about 64 students went from CView back to their brick and mortar schools. And then just the transitions, we had just a few transfer out. Some went to SQUIM and to Crescent, a few transferred in-state, a few went back to homeschooling or private school. And then you can see how it's added up on the left for the year from the beginning of June. So, I'm constantly looking at that homeschool, this homeschool and private school side here, and hoping that that's really our enrollment shifts. And so I'm really hoping that those kids are going to show back up in our classes in the spring. So, or I mean in the fall, we're looking for that. So, okay, so I'm going to quickly move into our financial report for March. We're 58% of the way through the school year. I still can't believe it. We are here. You can see we're 53% of revenues to budget. 53% of our revenues are to budget, and then 55% are our expenditures. Starting to get those revenues in for capital projects. We're up to 1.1 million in the taxes that are collected for March, and still haven't had any movement on the expenditures yet. Really no movement in debt services. ASB, we've spent half this year. We've made half and spent half this year of what we normally do in ASB. Here with the general fund, all of our revenues, you can see starting to get some of those early taxes. April next month will be, or this month, I'll show you next month how the taxes will jump up there from the local collection in April, and then we're starting to see more collections in non-tax with fees and participation fees and that kind of thing. Here's just the expenditures from the different programs and the objects across the district for March. And then our difference between expenditures other than compensation. So here are all of our supplies and materials that we purchased that are down $300,000 from last year. Overall, we've saved about $750,000. We're down from what we spent last year from just in supplies and materials. We're continuing to save. Salaries and benefits were down as well, down $146,000 this month, and for a total of $520,000 for the year. So a total of 1.2, almost 1.3, we've already saved from last year's expenditures. And here, just watching that fund balance and where we're expecting with projections, where we're expecting to end at 4.3. You can watch, we'll be jumping up there next month into April with the revenues, and then we'll climb back up by August. We'll climb back up to 4.3. So, are there any questions for me?
Anyone? I guess not. You get off the hook easy this time.
Okay.
Thanks,
But
Karen.
wait, I mean, I'm not thrilled, not gonna lie, I'm not thrilled with that dropout number, and I'm fairly certain that principals are working on figuring that out. But that's something we need to keep our eye on. We gotta stop that trend. But that has nothing to do with you, Carrie. You're not in charge of the dropout trend. So thank you for your report. Let's take you on then to your financial report. Oh, what am I saying? I'm sorry.
It's okay. I was just speedy. That's all.
I'm just reading my notes in order. So we're going on now to discussion action items. And I want to just remind everyone, anyone who's attending, which it doesn't appear that we have many attendees, that if you wish to speak to an agenda or non-agenda item, we do need you to put your questions in the Q&A. Last board meeting, if you remember, we kind of got things a little off the rails. We're going to firm that up a little bit this time. So that takes us into our discussion action items. The first one is the approval of the known and PASD agreement. I believe Superintendent Brewer and Dr. Maxwell are both here to sort of walk us through and answer any of our questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Superintendent Brewer.
Yeah, so the partnership continues to evolve between the Port Angeles School District and known healthcare network. And Dr. Maxwell is here this evening, and I would like to default to a few words when appropriate to him. But this agreement has been in the works for several months, and I know both sides have been working very diligently to carry out this agreement that's presented to you this evening, which in summary would agree to the mobile health clinic coming online in the very near future, and servicing students at each of our elementary, middle, and high school sites on a rotation basis. So I think this is really solid progress, in the developing relationship between us and the known network. So I can answer any questions with regards to the process, and or if it's appropriate, any comments from Mike.
Yeah, I'll just chime in quickly. I just wanted to I was reflecting back, I think it was actually about a year and a half ago. I'm losing track of time with all the pandemic, but I think last time I spoke to the board, we were just sort of talking about this idea about a new model with the mobile health services. And that was based upon the lessons we learned in the first few years of the high school clinic. And what we learned was that, in addition to the medical service, which we thought were most predominant, was really the behavioral health was the big part, was the big need, not just at the high school, but all throughout the district. And the other big lesson that we learned, and this is credit that goes to Superintendent Brewer and the board for recognizing this, is that the missing piece for really making it most effective was that the family navigators, and you heard so eloquently tonight from Dr. Summers and Becca and Kelsey about just how impactful it is. What this agreement reflects is it's an attempt to implement those lessons learned and try and envision a new way of delivering those services that are going to be more responsive to the students' needs. I will just say I had a chance to walk through. I think when I talked to the board before, we were talking about a mobile van. We had this vision of a Chevy van or something, but no, it's I actually got to visit the unit. It's a 39-foot mobile clinic. It is a clinic on wheels, and it's really it's going to be pretty exciting to be able to put it into use. And as Superintendent Brewer said, our plan is to bring it to every site, elementary, middle school, high school, on a rotating basis, to bring medical, dental, and behavioral services all throughout. The other thing that this agreement reflects is what we had not originally envisioned was an opportunity we saw partway through this. That was a way to actually get some additional funding for the navigator position, navigator functions all throughout the district. We applied for a substantial private grant, and as we did that, I thought this would be a great chance to get some additional funds that we could use to support the navigator position. And so what you'll see in there is a sum of $162,000 every year for 3 years that the district can use to support the navigator functions throughout the district. So we're really very excited about this opportunity, and kind of happy to see a document that reflects this expanded scope of work. And we're really happy to take this to a new level. I want to thank Superintendent Brewer and Kira Acker for all their work on helping to get this drafted in a form which checks all the boxes.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It's good to see you outside of the high school gym.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions before we move and take a vote on this?
I'd like to move the approval of the agreement between No and Portage School District Member of Agreement before we have a discussion.
Okay.
Director Wright will second.
Excellent. Okay, now let's open for discussion. Anyone have anything they'd like to ask?
I think it's a fabulous opportunity for our community, and thank you, Mike, for all the work you've done, and thank you, Superintendent Brewer and staff, for making this dream continue to grow on behalf of our families. And it's so important for our kids to be able to do instructions and not miss instruction time. And thank you, everybody.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, I do think this is very great. I'm just envisioning this. Let's say that the van is at, let's see, it's out at Roosevelt, but there's a kiddo at Stevens who needs some care pretty quickly. We can transport, our navigators will be able to transport children to where the van is. Is that how we sort of see this happening? Or we haven't come down, that's too nitty gritty, so.
That's a little probably more operational detail we've got figured out yet, but that would be one solution. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. We intentionally did not work out the agreement on the operational side with regards to the rotation of it's not a van, it's a mobile unit.
Yeah.
And so we will work directly with Dr. Mike Maxwell and his team to create that schedule. But the vision here would be, I mean, it's a larger unit, so I don't believe it's going to be responsive enough to drive from site to site to address, needs on any given day. So our
No,
navigators.
we would take the kids to it, I think.
Yes,
It wouldn't.
that
come
is
to the
correct.
kids.
That is correct. That is correct.
All right.
I'd like to say to Mike, from this board to his board, a great and mighty thank you. This has been a long time coming. It's been a lot of planning. It's an amazing thing. And I think we're going to see that other districts will be visiting our district to see this wonderful health-related opportunity for our families. It's just great, Mike. And I want to say thank you again, and take that thank you to your board, if you will.
I will do so. Absolutely.
Anybody else have anything they want to add? All right, then I feel like it's time for a vote. So all in favor of approving this agreement, say aye.
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 All right, that sounded unanimous to me. So thank you, Dr. Maxwell, for coming out tonight. And we're ready to move onward with this.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll probably see you in the gym, Sarah.
I will be there all day Saturday.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Superintendent Brewer. Kara, thank you very much. Entire board, thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so then we are going to move on to approval of resolution 2021-09, emergency waiver of high school graduation credits. And does the board wish us to allow Superintendent Brewer to explain this first, or would you like a motion first?
I move that we accept this resolution 2021-09.
Second, by Director Kelly.
Okay, Superintendent Brewer, if you would walk us through what exactly this means.
I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Michelle Olson to address this with support from Jeff Clark.
Great.
All right, well, thank you. Good evening. So the emergency waiver plan or program is a direct result, of course, of House Bill 1121. And so in that House bill, it's super specific on what needs to be in place as far as the process. And so we went and met, Jeff Clark and I, with Danette, and I think Jason was there, and Mace. And we went through the document, talked about how we might use it to support our students and what that procedure would look like. And so we're excited. I mean, it is another opportunity to support students who have been really affected by the pandemic and the different schedules that we've been doing. And so basically what happens is the program allows us to waive certain graduation requirements. And that's after we've tried other options. And so we have, as you heard from Jeff earlier and from Mace, at the high school level, they've been doing everything possible to intervene early and help students with those credit recovery pieces and to pass their classes. But sometimes that hasn't been enough, right? We know children have been more impacted. And so what this allows us to do is that we work with the student, they've, demonstrated a good faith effort, and, they've been trying to meet the graduation requirements. So what will happen is a parent or a student or another staff member can submit a request to their counselor, which in this case would be Jason, and he will take them through the process of walking through the form, identifying what it is that they're asking for to be waived, and finding out more information, like what's been going on with the family. So as Jason's been doing that, or will do that, then he'll also meet with Jeff Clark, and Jeff Clark will make the final decision about what credits can be waived. You can only waive one credit per area, per core subject. So if you waive one in math, you can't, waive a second one in math. It has to be in a different area. So we put together for you in the accompanying documents the process And so that's all spelled out really clearly for our community and our families and our staff. And then the next document is the actual waiver form for requesting that. And we have a process as well in place if a decision is made and a family member wants to appeal that process, we have that called out as well. Jeff, anything else you want to add?
So we already have the power to waive 2 elective credits. Students require 24 to graduate. That brings you down to 22. And then this waiver ability from the state gives us the ability to waive 2 more. A credit, a semester course is a half credit. As Michelle said, you can only waive 1 credit from a core academic subject like English or math. Even though parents and students can request a waiver, in fact, the way it's going to work, at least at the high school, is Jason and I have already gone through every senior. We know for every senior exactly what they need to meet graduation requirement. We've already identified 5 who potentially could be eligible for waivers. We'll wait till the last minute to implement the waiver because we want to give them a chance, if they're already scheduled into the class, to pass it during term 4. This is only going to be a handful of students. Like I said, 5 out of 205 we've identified. There might be 1 or 2 more. I'm also working with Mace because he's using the waiver and the similar planning process with our Lincoln students. And some Lincoln students want to graduate with a Port Angeles High School diploma instead of a Lincoln diploma. If they went to Port Angeles High School for freshman, sophomore, maybe part of their junior year, transferred over to Lincoln. Now they want a PA diploma. We'll honor that. And Mace and I will collaborate to work that out. So yeah, it's great option. It'll help us keep our grad rate up. It'll help us get some students who maybe suffered the ill effects of the pandemic to get out the door and move on with their lives. But it's not like we're giving away the farm by any means.
All right, so any other questions we can answer for you?
No.
Anyone? No, I think that this fits the theme we've sort of had all year, which is, showing grace and understanding that this is a difficult time for a lot of people and a lot of our cherubs. And this isn't even a lot of our cherubs, but I do always worry when it feels like maybe are lowering our academic expectations a little, but this is just a weird year, and we're just gonna have to deal with it and get these kids into life as best as we can. So I think this is a good way. But with that, if no one else has anything to add, I'm just going to ask for a vote from the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I'm going to take that as unanimous. All right. That's good. Okay, so that's going to take us on to approval of resolution 2021-10, which is Public School Volunteer Week, which was kindly, the resolution was kindly read for us before. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Director Long moves the motion.
And seconded by Director Wright.
Excellent. Any conversation, any discussion?
Just to say thank you to all those school volunteers. I have many friends who just can't wait to get back into the schools. They're really missing their volunteer time.
I hear that. All right. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that sounds unanimous to me, which takes us to approval of resolution 2021-11, our Teacher Appreciation Week. And this year, I think that there's no dearth of appreciation for our teacher.
Director Kelly moves a resolution.
Director Wright.
Right. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Of course not. All right, that passes unanimously, which takes us to the approval to retire policy 3121, compulsory attendance. This has been recommended for retiring because it is a duplicate policy that is covered in other policies.
Dr. Kelly moves to retire policy 3121.
Director Long seconds.
All right, any discussion? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimous. Okay, that takes us to F, or to our next approval. I have them lettered, sorry. Approval to retire policy 4121, school board meetings. Again, this is a policy duplicated. It's talked about in other policies.
Director Wright will move to retire policy 4121.
Director Long seconds.
Okay, excellent. Any discussion? No? All in favor? Aye.
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 Excellent. So now we're going to move on to a discussion of the proposed Port Angela School District equity policy. My understanding is that this went to the policy committee and they had some changes, and I think Superintendent Brewer is going to walk us through this.
I would like Director Kelly, would you like to lead this conversation, or would you prefer I do that?
I'll let you.
Okay, so this policy, thank you very much to Director Kelly for writing the original draft, and then also President Methner and Vice President Long for continuing to work on that policy. At our last meeting, this policy was agreed by our board to move to the next phase of potential acceptance, which was our policy committee. Our policy committee did review this policy and made some edits, and you will see those accordingly. And then an additional step is on Monday of this week, we took this policy in front of our equity committee as well. And at the equity committee meeting, again, we had some additional considerations, and you know, the board has the ultimate authority to adopt policy, and I think that's really important to remember. But this policy, the equity policy, which is in my opinion, you know, kind of where I stand with this particular policy, I think it's really important that we get this policy right. We took it in front of the equity committee, and there was some discussion and some considerations for the board to continue to down the path to accept this policy. A couple of the considerations first was where you see evidence of need for equity. The list that you see there, there was some concern by members of our committee around the nature of the list, the size of the list, and the list could potentially label individuals. It's a little higher, Jenny. It's just the first paragraph. Nope, up at the top of the policy, right there. And so, you know, due to the fact we want to get this right, the last thing our board wants to do is label individual students within our system. And so my recommendation after talking with President Methner was bring this back to the board for discussion only this evening, to kind of get the board's take on the concept around the list that you see embedded there. I did do a couple of things with this policy since then. I have reached out to Aaron Jones, which Aaron's had done some work with our district last fall around equity work, and kind of picked her brain around this list that you see accordingly. Her feedback to me and the board was, you know, to remember that this is specific, you know, to students, but it also impacts like staff, and it is relevant for our staff as well, but remains student focused. She frankly didn't see that the list was that labeled individuals, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't. And so she suggested that we reach out to WASDA, and WASDA has a team of individuals working on policies, and now they are working on evolving their work for policy support within all school districts in the state. And so I did reach out to WASDA and ask them to vet this for us. And that has not concluded. So asking for further guidance from WASDA is step one. The other recommendation that Aaron Jones brought to my attention was reach out to tribal leadership, the lower Elwha Clallam tribe, and engage in a conversation around that very concept of the list. And so Chairwoman Francis Charles and myself engaged in some conversation today, setting a meeting up for next week to talk about this very concept. So quite frankly, this policy is not in its final form to bring to the board this evening for even a first reading. So that was concept area number one. And then Jenny, if you would go down to the bullets, please. There was also some, and Cindy, if you could take the lead here. There was some changes that the policy committee made, or excuse me, the equity committee made. I believe it was in bullet number 3. Can you address that one, Cindy?
So in order to enhance the understanding of academic, I thought it was more of number 5, but I might be wrong. So I think that, first of all, I liked the bullets. I think the policy committee had some great conversation regarding the bullets, and we took out, instead of having the district in every paragraph or every bullet, we took that all out. I think, well, first of all, the equity committee had some concerns regarding retaining, and I'm trying to find that word, Marty, that I have so many sheets because there were so many comments. So, the district will prioritize attracting, hiring, supporting, and retaining a diverse workforce that mirrors the diversity of the student body community in Washington State. So that's one thing. I think I really liked all the conversations we had, and I don't think we really got done with the equity committee. And I also did receive more comments, Marty, from the equity committee. I'm kind of like you. I want to see if the board wants me to put some of those edits in and we talk about it again. I do like Aaron's suggestion that we ask WASDA for some direction, and that we do consult with the tribe. That is some really great recommendations. Did I cover it or not?
Yes, thank you.
I think we're on a good road. I think we're moving in the right direction and getting people to vet. And I think that's a good thing. I don't know if Maisie or Lincoln have any comments as student reps.
I was going to say I agree with it going along the correct road. I think that we're doing the right amount of communication outside of just our board, and I think that that leads us to a great place.
I have 2 questions. One is, isn't the tribe represented in the equity committee? And
Yes.
the policy committee?
Yes, the tribe is represented there.
So what is the ask then?
Well, I think what Marty is going to do is do consultation with the tribal leader Usually when you do anything of big significance, you go to the highest level, which would be, I'm assuming the board is, we would give things to Marty because he runs the day-to-day operation. And then the MOU says it would go to tribal council, which is Francis.
Yeah, I agree to that. I think it's really important when we work with the tribe, that the tribe determines. There's tribal representation, and then there's consultation with the tribe. And I think, to go the more official route is a step that needs to be taken here, so that tribal leadership is aware of the work that is occurring around the equity work, and they can, Francis and other tribal, if that's the direction that Francis takes us, that other tribal leaders can weigh into this process and provide feedback. So I think there's two components to that, Director Long.
The second question I had was that I don't understand at all what this meant. If you go back up to evidence of need for equity, I want better explanation of how that's going to identify individual students. I have no idea what that conversation meant.
Well, there was a concept discussed at the equity committee meeting that some of those descriptors describe, the lives of students and individuals, and the list was so, and I want to make sure that I get this right, so Cindy, please fact check me, that the list was so exhaustive that it was overwhelming, one, and two, it tended to label individuals. At least that was the thought of some of the members of the team.
Well, I have to say right now that I disagree with that totally and absolutely. So that's my comment.
And I'm going to join in with Dr. Long here. I don't think it in any way calls out a single human being. It calls out a class of human beings. And if anything, we wanted to be sort of away from that. I don't think it in any way calls out individuals. I think that the list was made so exhaustive and double checked so often was because we wanted to make sure no group was left out. That's why it's such a long list, because if you only called out one thing or two or three, then you really are singling out just a particular race or a particular gender or something of that nature. That's why it was made to be such an exhaustive list. That is my 2 cents on it as well.
So Marty, let me talk. So I'm going to tell you that there were some comments as you look at that list, and me being of Native background, you start to look at which one of those apply to you. So and so that's how a member felt of the committee. As they looked at like which of those, and like they said, I don't choose to be homeless. I don't choose to be food insecure. So there was just things like that. And so we also remember that students, do not choose their parents and do not choose where they live. And so I think that the group just wanted that restructured so that maybe it was somewhere in the policy, but not right up there in front. That's the first thing you read.
Okay, I don't understand that at all. No, none of these are things people choose, but that doesn't mean that they aren't evidence that we need equity regarding these things. No, I don't honestly, I just simply don't understand that argument. You don't have to find yourself on the list. You don't have to define yourself in any way, shape, or form. But in general, we have a need for more equity in this district. in regards to all of these things.
Are you sure we're not leaving something out?
You know what? We can always go back and add something that we forgot. I mean, somebody might say that they believe in the spaghetti monster, and we might decide that that's a valid and need to be equitably dealt with in our school district. We can't. If you had told us even 15 years ago that we needed to make sure that we were including gender identification, I would venture to say that most of the adults in this room would have said, "What in the heck is gender identification?" But we evolve. And that's what our policies are supposed to be designed, is to be able to evolve. Okay, enough of my talking. Anyone else want to spit in on this?
I'd like to hear from the other board members.
And I also want to point out that we do have a question in the chat that Jessica Ellison. Jessica, I don't know if you're there, if you wanted to ask your question out loud, or if you wanted it answered. Oh, I see your hand is up. I'm new to all this, but I do want to allow Jessica to have, she's got a question regarding this agenda item.
Sarah, President Methner, would you like me to unmute Jessica's?
Yes.
Yeah, now I don't see her question anymore.
Yeah, let me, I've asked Jessica to unmute.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. Hi, I'm Jessica Ellison. So I guess I wanted to say that I was a part of that committee meeting for the equity committee, and the list feels it is very exhausting to read that. I know you guys don't understand, but I didn't choose to be born Native American. I did not choose to be born a woman. And those were the same notions that were expressed by a student that was present in the committee meeting. I'm trying to recall here. And I was going to say, like, if there's a way to express all of those things in a more strength-based way, like Becca, the family navigator, was talking about when she's meeting with people, it's like, okay, what are our strengths then? And so there's a proposed changes that were shared out with some of us, and I guess, you know, I would love to see you all work through this with all the support that is necessary. I'm happy to participate in any of that. I know it's a very tough subject, but it feels it brought me to tears thinking about it, and then listening to that student share that, you know, when she read through that list, there's only like one or two things. It was hard to swallow, you guys, as somebody who, yes, I can check off the box on many of those things in that list. It is hard to see that written down. That's all I've got to share.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Anyone else have something that they want, any other board have anything they want to add to this? Maisie.
I'm just like wondering if maybe, I agree that we have to like address what our strengths are, but I think that the point of the equity policy is to address where we have inequities. So if we're addressing things that are obvious disadvantages, then we're helping to solve them. And maybe it's in something else, like how we address the culture of our schools, our staff, that we notice the strengths of the inequities. Maybe it's not in the equity policy, if that makes sense, because I think we need to have, as much as like that is a hard list to read, I think we have to spell it out so that we can make the procedures clear for people as well. So yeah, I think like the strengths part maybe is a school culture thing we could address.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, and anyone?
What is the suggestion that we do with this policy now, after Frances and her council look at it?
I thought we were waiting for WASDA too.
Why are we waiting for WASDA? I don't care about WASDA. I want our policy to be our policy, period. I'm not at all excited. If WASDA had been on target, they would have already done something about this. I do not want to wait. I don't want WASDA to write our policy. I want us to write our policy. It should be local, not statewide. We've already read 20-something policies that are out there. I don't know. No. I'm not at all interested in what WASDA has to say about this.
Anyone else? Jacob or Katie, do you have anything you wanted to say?
I have a really poor internet connection tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I've been so quiet.
That's okay.
I don't know if you can hear me clearly, but I'm having a hard time hearing others. So I struggle with this list. It is something that I have been struggling with as well. So I don't know what it is about this list. I like what Maisie said, kind of saying that, you know, I mean, we are trying to address the inequities, and so this list kind of addresses what we think we might be addressing. I'm just wondering, I don't know if we can live up to this list. So, and I mean, this is really just getting to the heart of for me, the struggle that I have, where I go back and forth on equity, as far as I don't necessarily want to label people, but you know, being able to call it out is also a way of actually creating, you know, to closing that gap. So I don't know, this list is something that I need. You know, we're not trying to approve it tonight, so you know, I'll continue to kind of work through it and send my comments to Marty. So I think that's who I should send them to, or do I send them?
No, that's fine.
No,
Marty,
that's right.
Marty's the right person.
Yes, please.
I have just a couple quick thoughts. I think I've just been trying to listen to what everyone's had to say tonight, and it's difficult because the list it's tough. Like you were saying, Jessica was saying, it's tough to read, right? So the hang up with talking about inequity is that you point out something that's causing that. And then we also want to talk about it. We don't want to say that it's not a strength. We don't want to insult someone's diversity. We don't want to point out something that might be, we're considering it a weakness, but at the same time, we're saying there's a weakness there that we're trying to correct. And it's just a really difficult line to walk. And I think that we're making good headway on it. And that conversation that you're talking about right there is going to be kind of the linchpin of it. Like, how do we promote diversity while also saying that there are some inequities involved in it? So I don't have any answers to that yet, but I've just kind of noticed that seemed to be where we're hinging tonight, and maybe something we could focus our conversations on in the future. I also think it's going to be really important that that we allow this to evolve through time, like Sarah was talking about. That even though we should set a policy, that we allow for change as the world changes. That's it for me.
Lincoln, do you have any comments?
Kind of. I kind of feel the same as Maisie does in a way, but then I think that by listing out everything that we think is an inequity makes it to where people really are going to look at the list and see where they fit in, and then think that something that you can't change about yourself is being seen as disparaging against. You can't change, again, you can't change who you are. That's not, well, you can't change unchangeable things about who you are. I guess you can, in a sense, change who you are, but that's getting off point. If you make a list of what's being seen as weak or not, or where people are disparaging against that, even if you hold it as something that you personally hold high and dearly to you, you're gonna feel like you don't matter as much, I guess, or like you're being pointed out as being saying that this is something that's wrong, even if you don't personally feel that way. I think it hurts some people by making an exhaustive list because they can't change that. So I understand like pointing out where things are because you need to line out, okay, this is what we're trying to fix. But also it's kind of a double-edged sword, I guess.
Yeah, I just want to just pipe in real quick. Dr. Long, her computer died and she's going to try and phone call in. So that is why you don't see her. She didn't stomp off or anything. She's just been having technical difficulties. Lakin, I hear exactly what you're saying about the list is, and the list is uncomfortable, is 100% uncomfortable because inequity is uncomfortable. This whole topic is uncomfortable. And these are not, we're not saying because of this, you are inadequate or you are less than. It is simply, it goes back to the whole thing about, when it goes back to the whole, attitude about what causes troubles for you. And there, if you don't have some of these, it doesn't mean that you don't have trouble. It just means that, okay, let's talk about white privilege. Let's just put it that way. White privilege doesn't mean that if you're white, you don't have troubles. It means that being white is not the source of your troubles. Does that make sense? And I think that if we deny a list of what's causing inequity, then I don't think we need a policy, because apparently we don't want to call it out for what the sources of inequality are. Then let's just not call it. That doesn't make any sense to me. The whole point of this is to say, yes, in fact, that we have a poor curricula when it comes to how we treat our first peoples in this country. That doesn't mean that you are less than because you're a first person, first people of this country. It means that we recognize that we are not doing well. We are not providing an equitable education. I don't know, unless we call things like that out, I don't understand how we think we can possibly fix anything.
I think something that makes it a little bit harder too is everyone knows, like, it's basic common sense to know not to disparage against somebody because of anything on that list. And then people are saying that this is still a problem. And I think that's what's also a little bit of heartache of the problem, the issue.
I'm back. I'm sorry, my computer just gave out. It stopped. It ran out of gas. Forgive me.
Welcome back.
Okay,
Marty.
what have we decided? What did I miss?
Oh, we resolved it completely, Sandy. We're ready to go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're
Are
ready
we gonna
for
vote
reading
tonight?
and finalizing the policy. You missed the whole thing.
Because this is, if I could weigh into this conversation,
Yeah.
because this is just we are discussing a policy, and I don't believe it's gonna hurt us to get a broader representation or understanding from other parties, including, not that this board needs to agree to it, but including WASDA's take on it, including the tribal council or tribal representatives' take on it, and bring that back for further conversation based on that feedback. That's all it is at this point in time. Ultimately, I made it very clear to the policy committee. I made it very clear to the policy or to the equity committee. This is a board decision. This is your policy. So, but I don't think it's a bad thing to bring as much information to the table as possible, and then weigh on that, chew on that, consider that, and the board make the decision, that's best for this board of 5. That would be my advice this evening.
I think that is solid advice. I really do.
I'm all for that. I'm all for bringing it to the tribal council. But I'm not going to sit around a year and wait for WASDA to write a policy. I don't want to do that. I don't want to wait a long time for WASDA. If WASDA had done what they should have done, this would have already been done.
As Marty says, it's a local decision.
Excuse me?
Well, like Marty said, it's a local decision. WASDA has not wrote a policy because they leave that up to the district. They have
Good, as they
28
should.
policies that have been done. I think what Marty's trying to do is vet it to see what they think of that paragraph, or think what.
No, I don't believe in taking anything out of context, Cindy. The whole thing has to be examined. We're not going to send a paragraph off to WASDA to see what they have to say.
Well,
As
we move forward, I am not gonna pass this policy with that second paragraph. I'm just gonna state that right now, unless it's reworded.
You know what? I would love then to see your committee, the policy committee and the equity committee, to rewrite it, how it won't offend anybody or will be, a kinder wording or something. That'd be great. Bring it back and we'll have more conversation about it. I think, Marty, you taking it out there is a great idea. And then bring it back. But I think I've been pretty clear about how I feel that it doesn't do us, in my opinion, it does us no good to pass an equity policy that never names where inequity is.
Marty, when are you meeting with Francis?
We discussed setting a time next Wednesday.
Okay.
We haven't set an exact time, but both of our calendars allowed for a meeting next Wednesday.
Okay, that'd be good. So we've heard from the policy committee and we've heard from the equity committee, correct?
That is correct.
And now we're gonna hear from Francis and the council.
Can I read something just to see if this applies? It's in an extensive list, but I'm gonna read something, and you guys tell me if this is a good analogy. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits employment discrimination on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, and religion, and age. So that's a pretty clear policy, and it states the things that it's talking about. Is that what we're doing here? Is that the same thing?
I don't think it's the same thing at all, Jacob.
Okay.
I don't think that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think what Jacob is trying to show is that they did in that Civil Rights Act call out specifically the categories. Is that what you were going for, Jacob? The categories.
I mean. Yeah, like they just stated the categories for which they were trying to prevent future problems by recognizing problems that happened in the past, which is kind of what we're trying to do here, I thought.
And that list has been added to too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it has.
As
Yeah.
this certainly
Yeah, that was the original.
So no, I think the point that you were making there, Jacob, is right. That if you want to change something, you have to call out what it is you want to change. Because if you can't name the problem, then you're very likely to just ignore the problem. And I don't think that that's what any of us want to do.
Right. It's just, that act, that law. And when someone quotes it, it's because you made a mistake and you know it, right? If someone makes a mistake, if an employer makes a mistake and discriminates, it's not like, oh, what was he actually talking about? You know what it is, and we all do, and they stated in the first sentence. So I thought in something like this, we're trying to create a similar, message.
I get it. I get what I'm picking up what you're laying down, Jacob. Okay, so do we feel we have beaten this horse enough tonight? And Superintendent Brewer, do you feel like you have your marching orders, if you will?
Yeah, I'd like to bring more information back to the board to consider in another meeting to discuss further. I think the more information we can bring to the table, and the better. So I think I understand what the board expects of me.
All
and
right.
Marty, I'm willing to help you. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna end this discussion and go on to, oh my goodness, we still have a little ways to go here. Community comments. Do we have any community comments on non-agenda items? I don't see any in the Q&A.
There are no community comments at this time, President Meffner.
Excellent. So that's going to take us to Board of Directors comments. Let's go ahead and, as usual, let's start with our students. I think Lincoln got picked on last time, so we'll start with you, Miss Maisie.
Okay, sounds good. So right now at the high school, our season 2 sports are closing. So we're starting our season 3 next week, which is gymnastics, wrestling, basketball, and boys swimming. I think really just what I want to highlight is there's some exciting things going on at the high school. We're starting, we're having the 12:45 half day hybrid schedule going on right now. And I've actually seen a lot of good feedback from that. I've been asking around because, we're seeing our teachers more often, twice a week, rather than just one and a Google Meet. And I think it has more impact than I ever would have known on learning and social skills and everything else. So great work on that. Some opportunities are popping up. We're having opportunities for COVID safe concerts, modified school events, senior celebrations, and even our scholarship night coming up. And so, yeah, I just think the most beneficial thing right now that's going on is the increased opportunities for learning and extracurriculars and sports and clubs. And yeah, and I wanted to say that I'm excited, even though I'm graduating, I'm excited to let Mr. Clark go on into his new path, whatever that may be. We'll miss him for sure, but I'm excited for some new opportunities for PAHS. So yeah, that's all.
Great, thank you. And Miss Lakin, you're up.
At Lincoln, there's been a little bit going on, not a whole lot. We've been enjoying the spring weather with the outside area. It's been nice because, again, people can go and see their teachers and actually work, and it's nice out. It's now, so we've, like May said, there was the Earth Day event today. Everybody got a dessert and got a sapling, and that was nice. And then, namely, the biggest thing is everyone's glad to be back. I know I say that just about every time, but people are really glad to be back and are able to actually come in and do their work. And I think a lot of people are really grateful for that.
Good. All right. Let's go with people I can see on the screen. Jacob.
I don't have much to report, so I'll keep it brief. I'm just really happy that we have our elementary students in school 5 days a week. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback on that.
Right.
From almost everyone. It hasn't been easy, but it was definitely the right call, and you can feel it. That's it. Keep it
All right, good. Director Kelly.
So I've attended the WASDA COVID-19 weekly meetings. I attended the National School Board Delegate Assembly meeting a couple weeks ago. Had a meeting with Senator Cantwell's staff about broadband and her, and people from across the state. The Office of Native Ed, I've done a lot. We have a lot of subcommittees, so I've done a data policy and practices meeting. I went to the PASD audit committee meeting with the state. I did one legislative subcommittee meeting, DNR performance assessment meeting, the PASD all district meeting, WASDA government to government task force meeting, policy committee meeting, a one curriculum and assessment STI and CTE subcommittee, a PASD equity committee meeting, a WASDA regional meeting, which was really good. It was Monday night. I wish we would have had more people there, but we learned a lot and it was different. And then tribal compact schools meeting and a one bylaws subcommittee meeting. It's busy time.
It is a busy time. All right, thank you. Dr. Long.
The only thing I want to report on tonight is the PAEF Ed Foundation met on Tuesday of this week and received their official invitation to be our partner and come to our building to hold their meetings from now on. And they're getting ready to meet in person. They're talking about how that's going to look. I don't know if that will start till in the summer or when, but they are planning for future meetings in person. And I think that's about it for me.
Okay, and oh, Director Marks, I don't see your face. That's why I didn't call on you. Do you have things to add? There she is.
Sure. Let's see. It's been kind of busy getting back to 5 days a week school and sports. So yeah, I've the athletic programs, from what I've seen, have the kids have been really engaged and super interested, and I think it really adds to their studying. I really believe in that, you know, that student athlete concept. Let's see, the 5 days a week has been, I heard a lot more grumbling before it started, and things have kind of maybe settled in after a couple weeks. It has been a huge adjustment. You know, parents helping other parents out, shuttling, pickups, kids walking together, you know, to other people's houses, those types of things. So it's definitely a community effort. So let's see. I think also some of the bigger complaints have been with maybe when families don't have their child in the local school or the busing school, right? That's their home school. So that poses some problems to the parents. So that, let's see. And I've also heard about the busing out to Dry Creek for the Ridge program seems to be super long, and that's kind of something that's been talked about. I am getting some communication from the parents about the lack of communication, I guess, around registration at the high school, or understanding or a roadmap of registration, as well as the middle school. Seems the communication's been a little bit light. So for incoming sixth graders, or the sixth graders going into the middle school. Let's see, other than that, as far as committees and meetings, not much on my end for that. Busy with sports and work, and so yeah. Anyway, that's all.
Okay, thank you. I really don't have much to add. I've been kind of behind the scenes dealing with a few things, and I've been working at the COVID clinic every dang weekend. So if any of you don't have your vaccine, call me. I'll get you. I will schedule one for you. I'm hoping to see a lot of our high school kids this weekend, since it goes down to 16. It is going to be the Pfizer. So obviously we have decided that we're not going to I don't know what I'm saying, but we're not going to try and put undue force on people. But if you do know of some, you know, juniors, seniors in high school, it would make a lot of the things that they want to do in the end of the year be more likely to happen. I think the senior class has been, Maisie could speak to that. The senior class has been speaking with Dr. Barry, and she can recommend things. And we're much more likely, the seniors are much more likely to get both their prom and their senior party and their graduation if they can show herd immunity, which isn't that far off. So again, I'm not telling people they have to get vaccinated, but there is a vaccination clinic this weekend with lots of space open on Sunday. And so that's really been my whole goal in life, my whole focus right now. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Brewer for his report.
All right, thank you. So we were contacted by the health department today, and they want to work with the school district to do a drop-in clinic for our 16, 17, and 18-year-olds. So we've agreed to do that. And Jeff Clark and the high school team will work on the logistics with that with the county health office, which is a good opportunity. I do want to just call out, this has been a really tough year, but you know, it's really gratifying to come to a board meeting, and even with the discussion on equity, I mean, that's still, we're doing really good work in this school district. I am so appreciative of the hard work from the board to administration to support staff, teachers. But you know, our board meetings are really a celebration of the work that we're doing and the hard work of the people. And so I'm so appreciative of that and thankful that we have individuals that truly care about what we're doing and make a difference for our students. And also excited this evening to bring, you know, the new high school principal. Thank you, Tanner, for coming out and speaking to the board. Look forward to each of you having the opportunity to get to know him as an individual. He is working very closely with a number of departments up at the high school, and that's the real advantage of the virtual world, is the transition can start now. Jeff Clark has been very supportive in that role to do that. At their next board meeting, we will be bringing a recommendation for the Dry Creek principal position. I am really excited about that position as well. And we did a site reference check yesterday. And I think it's the perfect match at the perfect time. So I'm excited to bring that individual to the board meeting in a couple of weeks. So with that, I think that's about all I need to report on tonight, and I can answer any questions the board may have for me.
Anyone else have anything they want to call out or ask about? If not, then we just have to set up next meeting. I do have one question. Are we talking about switching to in-person meetings, or are we going to stay remote do you have any more information on that?
What is the governor saying?
The guidance hasn't changed.
Okay.
So the in-person we tried to pull off a month or so ago, I mean, we're still required, if we choose to do a in-person meeting, we're still required to be able to promote that, or not promote that, but have a virtual option.
Okay.
And as long as that, you know, is in place, my understanding from the board about a month or so ago that, you know, the desire was to stay virtual until, you know, that changes. That guidance has not changed.
Okay.
The real challenge is, I mean, we could streamline our board meetings, but then you lose the community contact if it's a streamlined event. And so then we're kind of working against ourselves around requiring folks that want to speak to the board to come to an in-person meeting. And so, you know, if the board doesn't want to try to keep, you know, massaging what we did, I don't know, what was it, a month or 6 weeks ago, my recommendation is to continue virtual until we get new guidance.
Okay.
So with that being said, the next board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, May 13th. We do have an executive session scheduled at 6:30 that evening. The regular board meeting starts at 7 p.m. At that meeting, we will have a student transportation allocation report system, which is our STARS transportation. We will have a transitional kindergarten report. We will have a CVU Academy report, highly capable report, and we will be celebrating National School Nurse Day, which is May 12th of 2021.
All right. Well, if there's nothing further, I am going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting.
Thank you very much. Have a good
Thanks,
evening.
everyone. Bye.